अच्छी संभावनाओं से उनको कन्विंस कर रहा हूँ और मुझे इस बात का संतोष है कि अधिकांश लोगों ने सहमति दी है कि वो मध्य प्रदेश के साथ जुड़ करके ऐसे अवसर उपलब्ध कराएंगे जिससे वहाँ युवाओं को काम मिले और इनको अपना व्यापार मिले।
As always, thank you so much for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you. Do stay tuned.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives.
news that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action.
hello and good morning. You're watching Breakfast Show on NDTV. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy joining you from Mumbai studios. We also have Divya Vadva joining us from Delhi studios. Divya, Israel agrees to Lebanon a ceasefire deal finally, and in Maharashtra, suspense continues over Chief Minister's post and a huge showdown, of course, expected inside Parliament today.
That's right. So all eyes on the Parliament that is going to resume this morning after it was adjourned on Monday. And of course, the air pollution count and our fight against pollution that continues as pollution continues to be in the very poor category. That and a whole lot more. But first, the headlines. Israel and Hezbollah trade attacks just hours before agreed ceasefire. This as Joe Biden, the United States president, announced a highly anticipated ceasefire to end the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah.
Delhi's toxic air challenge. Pollution woes continue in the national capital. Air quality very poor. In fact, AQI is in a very poor category at the moment.
And rain last several parts of Tamil Nadu, and the Met Office has said that the depression over Bay of Bengal has formed into a deep depression and is likely to intensify into a cyclonic storm. It's going to be affecting the coastline of Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka.
No decision yet on who will become the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. BJP MLAs back Devendra Fadnavis. Shiv Sena pushes for Eknath Shinde to retain Chief Minister's position.
And as the Parliament session resumes this morning, a banking amendment bill to be tabled by the Finance Minister in the Parliament. The bill allows multiple nominees for fixed deposits, and meanwhile the opposition is pushing for discussion on Constitution.
The National Anti-Doping Agency on Tuesday suspended Bajrang Punia for 4 years for his refusal to provide a sample for dope test during selection trials for the national team.
A very good morning. Let's begin with our top story, and that is Olympics bronze medalist Bajrang Punia, who has been suspended for 4 years by the National Anti-Doping Agency for refusing to provide a urine sample during the selection trials for the national team. The suspension means that Bajrang Punia will not be able to return to competitive wrestling or even apply for a coaching job abroad, Radhika.
That's right. Bajrang Punia being suspended by the doping agency for 4 years. In fact, he, as you said, was suspended for failing to give a test sample in the month of March. In fact, he has claimed that his test kit, in fact, expired. Punia, in fact, failing to give a test sample in March. Let's go straight across to Rika on this. Rika, what led to this action against Bajrang Punia, and what does this mean for his wrestling career?
Good morning to you. Good morning to our viewers. What led to this action is Bajrang Punia's refusal to give his sample for testing to the National Anti-Doping Agency during the selection trials on March 10th. Bajrang's suspension means that he cannot participate in wrestling competitions or seek coaching opportunities abroad for the next 4 years. Meanwhile, he continues to argue that he only hesitated because of concerns about expired testing kits. But NADA, sees his actions as a clear refusal to cooperate. Bajrang was first suspended by NADA on the 23rd of April, and this was followed by another suspension by the governing body of wrestling, UWW, on 31st of May, NADA's anti-disciplinary doping panel temporarily lifted the suspension, but Bajrang was formally charged on 23rd of June. He, as we all know, that he joined the Congress party, took up a leadership role in the All India Kisan Congress, and then there were hearings in UWW in NADA, and the hearings were on September 20th, October 4th. Finally, the decision has come to suspend him for 4 years, but Bajrang Punia can definitely appeal against this decision. He can move to the Court of Arbitration of Sport as well. He wasn't charged on taking any steroids or any legal drugs. It was just violation. So the punishment seems a bit harsh. However, Bajrang Punia has to prove in the court that he has not done anything grave, and the fact that this ban is harsh and long and can be overturned. He's just 30 years old. He has many more years of wrestling ahead of him. As we're all aware that he is a bronze medalist from the Tokyo Olympic Games. He missed the Paris Olympic Games. He wasn't prepared, and all this controversies regarding testing did not allow him to even appear for trials and prepare himself for the Olympics. However, now perhaps he feels the need to come back to wrestling, and in the middle of all of that, NADA has taken an action on him.
All right. Thank you, Rika, for getting us all those details. So certainly a setback for Bajrang Punia. In fact, he has, of course, cried foul play as far as the suspension is concerned. Let's move on now. This is with respect to the ceasefire as far as Israel-Lebanon war is concerned. Israel has begun a ceasefire in Lebanon after an all-out war with Hezbollah amid global calls for peace in the Middle East, Divya. But fighting will continue in Gaza, where Israel has vowed to destroy the Palestinian Hamas group.
That's right. The Israeli cabinet approved the ceasefire deal that was brokered by the United States and by France last evening by a vote of 10-1. Announcing the good news, the US President Joe Biden said the ceasefire would come into effect, and it has come into effect from 4 o'clock this morning. It was a new start for Lebanon, and during the ceasefire, firing will stop from both sides is what we're hearing. However, any violation by Hezbollah would see a forceful retaliation from Israel, and that is what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said. So let's just get you what all are the reactions coming in as far as Netanyahu is concerned, and also what Joe Biden had to say.
חיזבאללה יפר את הפסקת האש לא רק אם הוא יירה עלינו, הוא יפר את ההסכם גם כשהוא ינסה להתחמש כדי לירות עלינו בעתיד. על כל הפרה שלו נגיב בעוצמה.
Provide the necessary assistance to make sure this deal is implemented fully and effectively. Let me be clear. If Hezbollah or anyone else breaks the deal and poses a direct threat to Israel, then Israel retains the right to self-defense consistent with international law, just like any country when facing a terrorist group pledged to that country's destruction. At the same time, this deal supports Lebanon's sovereignty.
Ghazali, on this, Ghazali, the ceasefire, of course, is a significant step to bring some stability in the region. Take us through what this ceasefire agreement entail, and what are the main terms of this ceasefire, and what does this mean for civilian population in both these regions?
See, the ceasefire got activated at around 4 a.m., like 7:30 a.m. India time, and the major points of ceasefire suggest that one, Hezbollah will have to disarm itself, and it will have to move 30 kilometers beyond the Israeli border, behind the Israeli border, and that buffer zone will be monitored, will be occupied by the UNIFIL forces, the United Nations forces, and there will be an implementation committee which will be a multinational, a group of forces of United Nations, France, UK, Israel, Lebanon, and United Nations forces will jointly ensure that these or the points of the ceasefire agreements will be implemented. The broad points which have not been generally shared by the Israeli or the Lebanese side is such that one, that Hezbollah will have to withdraw from the border, they will have to disarm themselves, and the entire process of the pause will be for 2 months, where Israel and the United Nations, UNIFIL forces, US, France, and other Western allies of Israel will ensure that these are implemented. But the major point or the larger picture is that how this entire ceasefire deal will be implemented. Who will ensure that Hezbollah will be disarmed? Because these are the same kind of agreements, largely or broadly the same points of ceasefire agreements which were adopted by both the parties back in 2006 in the second war of Israel and Lebanon. Besides that, when it was in his statement yesterday, Joe Biden also said that perhaps this ceasefire will also inspire other parties to ensure that a ceasefire is also achieved between Israel and Hamas. The entire point of conflict is started on October 7th, if you remember, in the last 1 year. But this also is a major challenge now, because we know that how, despite the talks and statements by Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Biden, Israel continued to bombard the central areas of Beirut. Another last point I mention is that how and whether Israel will accept and implement this deal, because time and again Israel has been accused of breaking the ceasefire or not adopting the ceasefire, and still we'll have to see, because we'll have to see whether the attacks on Beirut continues or not, and whether this will have any impact on the hostages which are there in Gaza.
Right, Ghazali, of course, like you discussed, under the terms of the ceasefire, Israeli forces will withdraw from Lebanon within 60 days, while Hezbollah forces will be replaced by Lebanese army forces. And the United Nations Children's Fund is, of course, calling this agreement an essential first step towards healing the communities affected by the conflict. We also have Melissa Weiss joining us from Tel Aviv. She's the executive editor of the Jewish Insider. Let's get you this ground report as to what does this really mean for the people there.
Netanyahu has also openly said that he will use the ceasefire to replenish the forces. US officials, meanwhile, have highlighted that it is impossible to sign a ceasefire agreement if Israel can shoot at anything it wants in Lebanon whenever it wants. Would you then say this agreement is fragile?
I mean, I think when it comes to Lebanon and when it comes to Hezbollah, there are a few things that are true. One is that Israel has been very prepared for an eventual war with Hezbollah for many years in a way that they were never prepared for the war that they are now engaged in with Hamas. They knew the Hezbollah threat. They knew that there were more than 100,000 rockets and missiles aimed at Israeli population centers. They knew where Nasrallah was. They knew where other senior Hezbollah leadership was. And they were able to go into Beirut, to go into southern Lebanon and take out these threats in very strategic, well-thought out ways that took years and years to plan. Case in point, the walkie-talkie and the pager incidents. That's the kind of thing that does not just happen overnight. That takes a lot of planning. And so I have to think that there is a broader strategy at play here, and that Netanyahu deeply understands the risks of letting Hezbollah go, of not removing Hezbollah from power. But I think there's something else that is a deeper challenge, and I don't think that any of the parties, including Israel, have really grappled with the broader challenge, which is that in order for Hezbollah not to be a threat to Israel or to the Lebanese people, I don't know how you do that without some sort of civil conflict in Lebanon, because Hezbollah is so deeply entrenched, not just in southern Lebanon, but in the government in Beirut.
Right.
I don't know how you remove Hezbollah from its hold on Lebanon and the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government without some sort of regime change, of major movement. So I think there are a few challenges ahead, both for Israel and for Lebanon, and we'll see how it goes.
Melissa, how do you see Iran in this new dynamic?
I mean, that's a very good question. We know that Iran's foreign minister is headed to Europe on Friday, where he'll be meeting with the, not foreign minister, deputy foreign minister. He'll be heading to Europe later this week, where he'll be meeting with the deputy foreign ministers of a number of European countries. Iran is under immense pressure right now, having last week been sanctioned by the International Atomic Energy Agency. We also know that Iran's defenses are not what they were a year ago or even 6 months ago, after Israel took out missile defense and aerial systems. So the extent to which Iran could attack in a significant and sizable way is really, it's an open question, but it's one that, judging by Netanyahu's comments tonight, he does not feel particularly threatened in this moment. But things in the region, as you know, can change on a dime.
All right, on to pollution woes in the national capital. Via toxic smog, in fact, continuing to engulf a very poor category.
Right, of course, we are seeing a shift as far as pollution is concerned. In fact, we have seen in the last 24 hours alone, yesterday, the data that came out was that it was in the very poor category. This after pollution on Monday had reduced, given the fact that the sun had been out. But the air pollution seems to be increasing, and the authorities had imposed GRAP 4 measures in the national capital after the air quality index plunged into the severe plus category. So schools and colleges and other educational institutions now have been directed to go on the hybrid mode, which basically means they have an option whether to come in person or to be online. But from what we're hearing now is the winds are going to get calmer, which basically means that pollution could again in the severe category. Let's go across to our colleague Tanushka, who's joining us. Tanushka, take us through the data this morning. We're still in the very poor category, and from what we are hearing is that the weather is going to, turn adverse in terms of the wind conditions, and basically means the wind speeds are going to reduce, and it could be all gloom and doom again.
Right, exactly, Divya. The air quality index in Delhi NCR had only improved marginally. But what we also know is that Delhi has not breathed a single day of good air quality index in the past 443 days. According to the CPCB data, the last time that the AQI was in good category was in September 2023. As it is, you can see around me as well, there is smog, but the AQI continues to remain in the very poor category at 301 to be precise as of now in Delhi. And as far as the wind is concerned, the wind speed as of now, we have had, westerly winds we've experienced, which is also the reason why the air quality improved from the severe category to the very poor category. However, what the weather services are saying that in the days ahead, the pollution again can, increase and return to the severe category because easterly winds will be, experienced in this part of the country, in this region, and easterly winds are calmer in nature, which means that there is a tendency of increased pollution. What we also know is that the Supreme Court yesterday said that, the GRAP 4 measures that were invoked are to remain in place. So the GRAP 4 continues to remain while it left the decision of reopening of schools onto the CAQM. And what we know is that at least in Noida, that is Gautam Buddha Nagar, a lot of schools have been asked to go into hybrid mode, which means that they can operate either in physical mode at school or online mode from home. So these are the measures that are being taken as of now, because of course it is also not an option to keep schools closed, as it hampers not just education but also children who can't afford to study at home. They're also missing out on Anganwadi meals and midday meals as well. So pollution has an offspring effect on a lot of other aspects on people's lives.
Right, thank you so much, Tanushka, for joining us with all those details. And let's just now switch tracks to Tamil Nadu. And Radhika, there it has been raining heavily, and that is on account of the weather system that's been brewing over the Bay of Bengal. It's intensified into a deep depression. It's going to intensify further into a cyclone, is what we are hearing, by the 27th, which basically means that very heavy showers are expected to continue in the area. This weather system is going to, we don't know exactly where it's going to make landfall, but it's going to be skirting the coastline of Tamil Nadu as well as Sri Lanka. So those are the areas of concern, and those are the areas that are feeling the impact already. The sea conditions very rough, of course, and of course the situation on the ground is something that is very concerning at the moment.
Right, what impact it will have on the state of Tamil Nadu? For that, let's go straight across to Sam. Sam, what is the situation? I believe you're at Elliott's Beach in Chennai. What kind of precautions have been taken by the agencies there? How bad is the situation? Is it still raining? And what are the agencies that have been pressed into service to ensure that there are no eventualities?
Radhika and Divya, we come to you from the Elliott's Beach in Chennai. It's extremely windy. Authorities have forecast extremely heavy rainfall to 5 delta districts: Nagapattinam, Tanjavur, Viluppuram, Kadalur and Mayiladuthurai. In fact, Nagapattinam has received up to 16 centimeters rain till 5:30 this morning, and so are the other surrounding districts. And the depression over the Bay of Bengal, the Met says, would intensify into a cyclone later today. It's not clear yet where exactly it would land, but they're keeping a close watch on that. But the sea in Chennai, for instance, is extremely choppy. Fishermen have moved their boats from the shoreline to a higher ground, and the wind speeds, authorities say, could touch between 60 and 80 kilometers per hour, and sometimes even 90 kilometers. And that's why they've advised fishermen, number one, to not venture into the sea, and to those who are in the sea to return back to the shores. All eyes would be on those delta districts where heavy rains are pounding, and there could be extremely heavy rainfall well beyond 20 centimeters. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had a review with all the collectors yesterday, and the state government says they are fully prepared. They say they have identified and kept ready many shelters in all these districts just in case people have to be evacuated in large numbers. Some evacuation have taken place in some places. The data we are awaiting. In terms of their preparedness, they say besides shelters, they've also kept ready adequate number of boats, adequate number of JCBs, generators, tree cutters and things like that, just to be able to clear things immediately. But otherwise, they say things are under control. NDRF teams have been deployed, one team to all these districts. Besides, the state government's SDRF is also on standby. The first responders and volunteers are also ready now. So all eyes will be on the Delta districts, and for the other parts of the coastal Tamil Nadu, there could be moderate to very heavy rainfall from today till Saturday. That's the update, and we expect more specific information in terms of movement of the cyclone in a few hours from now. Radhika and Divya.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for giving us those ground details there. So extremely heavy rainfall is expected is what Sam is telling us, both in Chennai as well as surrounding areas. We'll keep coming back to you. But let's move on now to the state of Maharashtra. Divya, suspense over Chief Minister face continues in the state. Mahayuti is in no hurry to take a final call. Eknath Shinde, in fact, tendering his resignation yesterday. It was the last day of the current assembly. But no word yet on his successor. Multiple meetings had been taking place, but no decision yet. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, all of them expected to sit together and take a decision. Amit Shah is also expected to intervene if no consensus is reached. But when the name will surface, that is something we don't know yet. But absolutely no decision, and it is between Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde that they are still deciding on, or it could be a new phase. So we're not entirely certain what is going to happen.
Radhika, there seems to be, this delay. I mean, obviously, they were very hopeful of a win. This decision should have been taken, they had been saying they'll only take it once the election results are out. But, it's been a while now, since the 23rd. We're 4 days in since the results were out. So, this delay and they're dragging their feet to take this decision, of course, is reflective of certain kind of cracks and certain sort of, disapproval when it comes to the decision that, is being pushed around. Now, while both the Sena and the NCP have held legislative party meets and have chosen its leader, the BJP is yet to hold its legislative party meeting. The BJP leaders are firmly backing Fadnavis as the chief minister, and Sena is pushing for Shinde to retain his post. Now, of course, from what we're hearing is that Eknath Shinde was informed that Devendra Fadnavis would be the chief minister, which really upset him. And in return, they're saying that he could either take up the post of the deputy chief minister, or instead, he could also be given a ministerial berth. Let's just listen in to what the Maharashtra BJP chief had to say.
देखिए, विपक्ष ये विफल है, वैफल्यग्रस्त स्थिति में, यानी उनका जो स्थिति है वो मानसिक रुग्ण के रूप में बनी है। वो अभी तक सहमे में है, सदमे में है कि क्या हुआ है। जब हारते हैं तो बोलते हैं ईवीएम खराब होगी, मशीन खराब होगी। आकलन करना चाहिए। उनके पास केवल झूठों का नैरेटिव है, झूठ कहेंगे, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र की जनता अभी महाराष्ट्र की जनता सच्चाई के साथ है, महायुति के साथ है। मैं जब भी कहा कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व और महाराष्ट्र के तीनों नेता बैठकर फैसला करेंगे।
Let's go straight across to Anuj on this. Anuj, of course, a lot of public posturing happening, multiple meetings taking place, but absolutely no word on who the next chief minister is going to be. What is the sense you're getting? I mean, Mahayuti looks like is in no hurry, but Shinde, we believe, is not ready to really back out of the race.
Well, they do not look in any sort of hurry, but then that is not necessarily giving out a positive, view in front of the people, right? It's becoming very clear that there is some sort of a conflict going on between Shinde and Fadnavis, not necessarily between BJP and Shiv Sena, but only the two leaders. And we've seen that there have been several attempts at the local leadership level, right, at the Maharashtra level, where meetings, although a united meeting hasn't been held officially as of yet, but then all the three major players, or especially the two major players, have been in constant talks with each other. And, as you said before, there have been talks about giving some extra leeway to Eknath Shinde when it comes to, either some important portfolios in Maharashtra, some important cabinet portfolios, not just in Maharashtra, but also a couple of them at the center or in the Indian government. But Eknath Shinde is quite adamant on continuing as the chief minister of the state of Maharashtra, at least for the next 1.5 years, is what we are learning. But the BJP, which has now gotten the support of the RSS, which wasn't really the case in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and the cadre is very much is very much insistent on having Devendra Fadnavis back as the chief minister, because the BJP had not really had a chief minister of itself in the last 5 years. Now, Ajit Pawar's role also is becoming very important. We are seeing that earlier, of course, Ajit Pawar and his faction of NCP went on to very clearly state that they wouldn't really mind having Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister. But then there is also some sort of lobbying that is happening between the Ajit Pawar faction and the Shinde Shiv Sena faction is what we are learning. But clarity is expected to come in the next couple of days. And considering that the parliament is still in session in Delhi, the top leaders aren't really able to make time to solve this issue out. But yes, Mahayuti is in no hurry as of now.
Right. Thank you so much, Anush, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now. And let's just get you the latest of the winter session of the Parliament that's going to resume this morning, and the government there to table the banking amendment bill while the opposition is pushing for discussion on the Constitution. So a stormy winter session likely, and this is Radhika after the session was adjourned on Monday.
That's right. Stormy winter session likely today. Of course, as you mentioned, the session was adjourned on Monday. The session will continue till December 20th with a total of 19 sittings scheduled. In fact, it was adjourned on Monday, both the houses. And yesterday was when Constitution Day was celebrated.
In news coming in, a very shocking incident has come to light. This of a bridge in Bareilly's. This is in Bareilly of Uttar Pradesh that collapsed, claiming the lives of 3 people and injuring several others. This incident has raised serious questions about the negligence and the responsibility as far as the irresponsibility is concerned when we talk about PWD, the Public Works Department officials, and also Google Maps. According to the report, the bridge was closed for repairs, but Google Maps showed it as open, Radhika.
Very tragic. The PWD officials had allegedly failed to update the status of the bridge on Google Maps despite knowing that it was closed for repairs. Incidents sparking widespread outrage with many demanding a strict action against PWD officials. Google Maps police registering a case against officials for culpable homicide, and investigation underway to understand the cause of the collapse. Of course, the incident also highlighting the need for accountability and responsibility from government officials and tech companies, underscoring the importance of ensuring critical infrastructure such as bridges are maintained properly and updated in real time. Let's move on now to a story of how alert bank staffer in Hyderabad went out of their way to protect a 61-year-old doctor from falling prey to an elaborate cyber fraud in which he was placed under a digital arrest. Divya, in fact, the doctor made 3 trips to the bank insisting on making the transfer of money to the fraudsters, but alert bank staff sensed that something was amiss and prevented the transfer.
Right, they even showed him the Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat to convince him that there is no such thing as a digital arrest, and they called the helpline number. All this while the scamster was on the call telling the victim not to listen to the bank staff. It's a fascinating story of one victim was saved and could be a playbook for banks to protect the gullible. My colleague Udma Sudhir spoke with the bank staff. Let's listen in.
At a time when cyber frauds have become the biggest challenge for both the public as well as the law enforcement authorities, the banks have played a very critical role. I'm here at SBI AC Guards in Hyderabad, and I have with me the manager and associate manager here at the bank, who in fact have managed to avert a fraud. Swati, tell us what happened. You managed to avert a 61-year-old doctor, I understand, from losing money. What happened?
So this customer has been coming to the branch. He's a familiar customer. So he came to the branch one day to close his fixed deposit with us. We closed on his request. He came back again the next day. He approached my counter and wanted to do an RTGS of 8 lakhs. To someone. He showed me to whom he wanted to send. So, but I sensed that he was appearing tensed and not his usual self. And also he was constantly checking his phone. So I asked him if everything was all right and what the purpose of the funds transfer was for. He told me everything was fine. It was for a personal purpose. But I sensed something is different. Something is amiss. So I immediately alerted our branch manager, sir, Kamlakar sir, and I took the customer to his cabin. Sir also talked to the customer, inquired about the purpose of the funds transfer. He told it was for personal purpose and then for property purchase. On inquiring if property has been seen by him, he denied. That raised our suspicion. He was also giving inconsistent answers and constantly scrolling on his phone. Because we are getting so many news and training, we have been attending training also by our training centers, our RBOs. So we knew about these frauds. We also told him that there is no need to worry if he's getting any calls from anyone posing as officials or demanding money. He
You
denied.
said all that while you were still on the call, which means that person the other side would have been on the audio as
Yes, he would have been listening to us also. Yes.
And yet?
And yet the customer denied and wanted to go forward with the transaction.
Did she brief you before bringing the customer in?
Swati madam has briefed the entire incident, and then when he came inside the cabin, I asked him why you are transferring this much amount. Then our customer said that he wants to purchase a flat, and for that purpose he was transferring. Then I inquired whether you have met the landlord of that property. Then he said that I didn't met the landlord. Then on what basis you are transferring 8 lakhs? So the customer said that there is a middle person. I am transferring the entire amount to that middle person. So I asked him not to transfer the amount to the middle person. If something happens, the landlord won't give you the property now. So you better go home and think again and come back next day. Then the customer came on the next day, and when I asked him the mobile, and there are some police photos and the police emblem in his photo with whom the customer is chatting. They have kept all the police photos. So by that the customer is in cyber threat. We came to know, and again we denied the transfer, saying that the systems are not working right now.
In almost every case of cyber fraud, the money actually passes through a bank account, and therefore the bank is a very important stage at which a cyber fraud can be stopped. It can happen either with human intervention or by using technology. In this particular case, there was human intervention where a trained bank staff who knew that this kind of telltale signs that are there of a nervous customer who's transacting a huge amount of money, not usually seen, that's something that raised the red flag, and the bank staff was able to alert the customer and subsequently stop the fraud. In fact, the SBI is saying that they have been able to do as many as 3 cyber frauds they were able to stop just in the last few weeks. The latest being of 46 lakh rupees that was stopped at the Chandrayan Gutta branch of the SBI because the staff was alert. The second part is technology. The Finance Ministry has in fact asked all banks to be able to get their digital and cyber infrastructure to the industry kind of of the same standards as the industry, so that they are able to detect these kind of frauds at the earlier to ensure customer protection as well as to ensure operational continuity. The RBI has also spoken about using AI in fact to be able to detect frauds in real time almost, so that these kind of fraudulent transactions can be stopped, and there is the use of algorithms for that to detect any kind of unusual activity or sudden activity in any kind of an account. Mule accounts are accounts that are used by the fraudsters in order to transact or pass on the money that they get through a cyber fraud, and as much as 55% of cyber frauds happen through mule accounts, and now companies like Scienzy have developed some kind of a mule shield that are using AI In order to be able to detect mule accounts, they have lots of parameters that they use to be able to get a trust score, and therefore they are able to detect when there is a mule account. Other thing is the fake SIM cards, of course, and just last year we heard about 7 million SIM cards had been stopped because they were used for this cybercrime and fraudulent transactions.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. We have more updates on the other side.
Right, back with a whole lot more, including the designer who dressed Veer Das while he was hosting the Emmys. That and a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Breaking news coming in. The Adani Green Energy on Wednesday issued clarification saying that Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are clear of all bribery charges as per the US Department of Justice, but added there are 3 charges of indictment.
That's right. In an exchange filing, Adani Green has said that news published by various media houses on bribery and corruption charges against Adani officials is incorrect. For more, let's go across to Vasudha. Divya.
Right, let's just go across. Vasudha, take us through what really is being said here in terms of, also get us details of what the Adani Green has filed in its stock exchange. And also when we talk about the Department of Justice indictment has offered no evidence of bribe. That is the breaking news coming in at this hour. Get us what are the details of this.
Absolutely, Divya, it's an important submission by the Adani Green, and billionaire Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani have not been charged with any violations of the US Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which is also called FCPA, in the indictment which was filed by the US authorities in a court in the bribery case. This is what the Adani Group has said today, and in fact, Gautam Adani and of course Sagar Adani and another key executive, Vineet Jain, they have been charged by the DOJ with, with being part of an alleged scheme to, in a bribery charge to win contracts for the supply of solar electricity. But there's an important clarification. The stock exchange filing, Adani Green, has said that these reports of the three being charged with FCPA violations are completely incorrect. In fact, he's also talked about how, the charges mentioned are completely wrong. In fact, the charges have to do with some other issues. In fact, there are allegations which have nothing to do with FCPA. But of course, he has also said, the filings, they have also said that there are, of course, there are, one second, let me just read this. Yes. Remember that other state governments, BJD and DMK, had also come forward to say that the contracts were driven only through government entity. They have, in their filing, they've also said that it is only your CDPQ officials have been charged with bribery, and the indictment offers no evidence of bribes. And the new reporting, which includes media houses, on bribery, are completely incorrect and ill-founded. U.S. action has been taken, and this is reckless reporting on the indictment is what the Adani Green Group has filed.
Right, Vasudha, yes, a clarification given by Adani Group. Earlier, of course, DMK as well as BJD had given statements that they had no direct interaction with Adani Group. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, both DMK and BJD had come forward, and they had made it clear that there was no, there were no bribery charges. In fact, everything was done according to protocol and processes. In fact, both parties, DMK is still the ruling government there, BJD is the erstwhile government there. And in fact, Senthil Balaji is a senior minister in the DMK government. He had come and said that everything was done according to processes. And BJD had also brought out a statement where they had said that the contracts were signed out, the deals were made completely with regard to all government processes with government entities, and there was no backhanded dealings or, for that instance, exchange of funds or bribery that both the governments could came out. In fact, both of them came out within hours of this news or these allegations breaking out to basically give out this clarification that none of these governments had any dealings with the Adani Group, and the Adani Group had not really given them any bribes, and all these allegations were completely ill-founded.
All right, thank you, Vasudha, for getting us those details. Indictment Rao, Adani Group, clarifying no bribery charges against Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and Vineet Jain. Let's move on now. This is to do with the world of fashion and entertainment. In fact, the international Emmys may be over, but Veer Das' striking look is still making waves. They are not just for his style, but for the incredible opportunity he gave to a homegrown brand on a global stage. In fact, Das, who hosted the 52nd International Emmy Awards in New York, wore an outfit designed by a budding designer from Delhi. We're talking about a talented designer behind the ensemble, Shubhangi Bajpai.
Right, Shubhangi Bajpai, the kid that he picked from 4,000 entries, he put out a post on social media in the month of September calling on emerging budding designers to submit their creations for the opportunity to dress him for the upcoming event. And of course, this was quite an honor because he's the first Indian to be hosting the Emmys. And after that overwhelming response to his post from designers all over, it was Bajpai, the kid that he said that he chose from the rest, this kid from Delhi. And to get more on this, we have Shubhangi Bajpai, the designer herself, joining us this morning. Shubhangi, take us through, when we talk about that social media post that was put out by Veer Das asking for budding designers. There were 4,000 of them. He picked you. He said, this is the kid that we picked from Delhi. How young are you? How long have you been at it? And how long did it take you to dress Veer Das, because that outfit was, definitely it was standing out amongst the rest of the people there. He didn't want to be in a tuxedo, and you made sure that he really did, stand out. Of course, his briefing was very clear. He wanted to be Indian or fusion.
Yeah. Hi, Divya. So, like you said, it was very clear that he wanted to take India along with him to that stage. So, the first thing that came to my mind was I went all the way back to the colonial times and how the Indian men back then embraced the idea of Western tailoring suits, and they would always pair it up with a lungi or dhoti, cultural traditional attires. So that's the idea behind the design of the entire outfit. The pants that I've made for him are inspired by the lungi. So it's a lungi suit, as we call it. And there's a bit of chicken curry in the outfit. The shirt has a hint of chicken curry. So this outfit, the journey of it also has been so interesting. There have been so many hands involved in it while it was being made. The shirt happened in Lucknow. The buttons came in from Jaipur. It was all assembled in Delhi. The shirt's fabric came in from Hyderabad. The clusters from there, and it all happened over a week's time at the max. So it was a roller coaster. I keep saying that when I saw his brief, as much of calm with which I sketched the entire outfit, the making process was equally of a roller coaster experience, contrary to that.
All right, Shubhangi, were there any specific challenges you faced while working on this design? Of course, you did say that you didn't have enough time for sure, and you were collaborating with him for the first time. So can you walk us through the creative process of designing this particular outfit?
Yeah, so the process started from the brief itself. What a beautiful brief. And frankly, I'm so grateful for this opportunity that he let somebody who has no fame, nothing, no experience, no big names, like I said. So very grateful for the opportunity, first of all. So it all started from the brief. It always starts from there, that what is it that he wants to communicate? What is the statement that he wants to make with that outfit? It all started from there. Uh, it's a formal event, so I wanted to keep it crisp, but at the same time I wanted the roots to show, uh, just like he wanted to. So yeah, I started with sketching. I went through a lot of research, and I tend to refer to archives a lot. So there's this picture of Mr. Mrish Puri, where it's a family photo, and he's wearing a lungi, a dhoti, made out of khadi, with jewelry around his neck, and there's a pen inside his pocket of the jacket. And that picture from archives is what gave me a go ahead, that okay, let's do this. It's very interesting, and honestly, even back then, uh, some 75 years back, how Indian men had embraced the idea of tailoring, and they did not take it entirely. They added their elements. There
You
was a
added yours
lungi,
as
there
well,
was,
Shubhangi Bajpai. Of course, I mean, is that a dhoti? Is that a lungi? Is that would you call that pants? I mean, of course, it has got everyone confused, but it's also got everyone's attention. Thank you so
that's
much.
a lungi for the modern Indian man who is on the go. So you just put it on. It's a lungi, but yeah, it's super easy, super convenient, just for the Indian man on the go.
Right. Thank you so much, Shubhangi Bajpai, for actually breaking it down for us as to what he was wearing. Radhika, it was very confusing, but also standing out, like we said. Of course, moving on to more news, and this is coming in from Hyderabad in a major push to improve traffic flow and public safety in the city of Hyderabad. The city's traffic police conducted a special drive on Tuesday under the removal of obstructive parking and encroachments as far as the area is concerned, Radhika.
That's right, led by Hyderabad Commissioner of Police. The drive targeted unauthorized vendors and other encroachments on footpaths and carriageways. Traffic police deployed manpower, cranes and vehicles to remove obstructions and reclaim public spaces. In fact, Hyderabad taking lead in stamping out VIP culture. Cops crush several VIP sirens as well. Let's go straight across to Uma on this. Uma, traffic police, they're taking lead. Take us through this drive. We believe unauthorized sirens were crushed and several other steps were taken.
Yes, indeed. Hyderabad Police Commissioner C.V. Anand, in fact, led the operation and is focused on addressing the illegal parking, roadside vendors, and also encroachments that have been obstructing pedestrian movement and traffic flow, in Toli Chowki and other areas. So this special drive was called the removal of obstructive parking and encroachments, which is its acronym works out to be ROPE. And they have what they have done is actually remove the unauthorized vendors and encroachments on footpath and carriageways, in many areas of the city, and therefore making it better for the traffic to flow and making it safer for both pedestrians as well as motorists. Because very often you realize that accidents happen because there are encroachments on roads and motorists are not able to, navigate the road in the manner in which it needs to be done. And therefore, they also, as part of it, took a drive on the misuse of sirens, which have been there on four-wheelers. Earlier, we had seen sirens on two-wheelers, unauthorized sirens that have been removed, and they have seized about 1,015 sirens and 525 multi-tone horns, all of which were actually destroyed on the road, so that the signal is good.
All right. Thank you, Uma, for getting us those details. Of course, traffic police in Hyderabad, they're leading the way. Let's move on now to some international updates. Divya, in a landmark move, Australia's House of Representatives has passed a bill that could make it the first country in the world to ban children under 16 from using social media. If passed, it will mark a significant shift in how the country regulates online platforms, aiming to protect young users from potential harms associated with social media use.
That's right. The major parties backed the bill that would make platforms that include TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, also the social media site X and Instagram liable for fines up to 50 million Australian dollars, which is equivalent into 33 million US dollars for systemic failures to prevent young children from holding accounts. The legislation was passed with 102 votes in favor to 13 against, something that the Prime Minister has been talking about for a very long time, saying that he has been saying this as a dad in order to prevent the misuse of social media. And moving on to more news, a Bangladeshi court has denied bail to prominent Hindu leader Krishnadas Brahmachari, arrested on sedition charges and sent him to prison, triggering protests by community members in various locations, including the capital Dhaka and the port city of Chattogram. Now, the Bangladesh police has arrested Krishnadas Brahmachari, the leader of that Hindu group, and has, in fact, this is from the international airport area in Dhaka.
That's right. In fact, protests broke out demanding Das's release in different districts, including Dhaka, Khulna, Dinajpur, and of course, he's the spokesperson of Bangladesh United Sanatan Awakening Alliance. He was presented in court. Bail has been denied is the information that we are getting. In fact, he was at the forefront of movement against atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. Amidst a demand for his immediate release, BJP in West Bengal is organizing protests.
The young lawyer who was brutally murdered, and many pictures of that lawyer are very available on the social media, very decomposed picture, and people are so much agitated because of that picture. And many local media citing local sources reported that that lawyer, who was a junior government solicitor, was brutally murdered by the supporters of Chinmoy Krishna Das, who was detained, yesterday, day before yesterday, and produced before the Chittagong court. And there was a sedition case against that Hindu leader, but the court denied bail. That's why the supporters of Chinmoy was very much agitated in the court premises. But the incident of murdering a lawyer on broad daylight was very much unexpected, and people are agitated. However, one of the advisors of the interim government led by Nobel Peace Laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus.
All right, that's all we have on this breakfast show on NDTV. We'll be back with more updates, Divya, tomorrow at the same time.
Right, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance.
US indictment as far as the Adani Green, this is in regard to that. Adani Green has denied all kinds of charges, no bribery charges against Gautam Adani or Sagar Adani and Vineet Jain. They are incorrect and reckless reporting by the media is a statement that's been released by the Adani Group. Banking Amendment Bill to be tabled by the Finance Minister in the Parliament today. The bill allows multiple nominees for fixed deposits. Meanwhile, opposition pushes for a discussion on the constitution. And it's going to be raining heavily because there is a weather system. It's a deep depression at the moment that's likely to intensify into a cyclone. It's going to impact the coastline of Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka. It's going to turn into a cyclone. Very heavy showers expected. No decision yet to who will become the next Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. BJP MLAs backing Devendra Fadnavis, while it's the Sena pushing for Eknath Shinde to be back in the role of the Chief Minister. Hyderabad cops take the lead in stamping out VIP culture. The cops crush over 1,500 VIP sirens in a special drive. This is Israel and Hezbollah trade attacks just hours before they agree for that ceasefire that came into effect at 4 o'clock in the morning as Joe Biden, the US president, announced a highly anticipated ceasefire to end the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The National Anti-Doping Agency has suspended Bajrang Punia for 4 years for his refusal to provide his sample for a dope test during the selection trials for the national team that took place in March. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including news coming in. This is the Adani Green Energy Group that has issued clarification saying that Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are clear of all bribery charges as per the US Department of Justice. In an exchange filing, the Adani Green has said that news published by various media houses on the bribery and corruption charges against Adani officials is incorrect. So that is the clarification that has been provided, and we have my colleague Maria joining us to get us more on this. Maria, the Adani Green Group has denied all allegations. What does their filing say as far as, when they put out that filing, what does that really say?
Yes, so this has been filed at the National Stock Exchange, in which Adani Greens has clarified its position vis-a-vis all those charges which have been leveled against the company by the Department of Justice of the United States. In fact, the company has gone ahead and said that all charges against Mr. Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and Vineet Jain that they have not been charged with violations of the US Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which is the FCPA. And they have been excluded from Foreign Corrupt Practices Act charges by US and Department of Justice, which essentially means that the top management of the board are in the clear completely. It goes on to say that the allegations of charge is essentially based on alleged communication, which is like the intent rather than any, based on claims that bribes were promised or discussed rather than in terms of likelihood rather than it being paid in the actual amount. It goes on to say that only Azure and CDPQ officials were charged with bribery in the US Department of Justice indictment. And it has nothing to do with Adani Greens and Adani board. It also says that all those news which have been surfaced is essentially incorrect in nature with regards to Adani Green Energy Limited. So I think with this kind of statement which has been put out, this is essentially informing the National Stock Exchange about the level of charges that were being leveled against the company. Remember, the Adani Greens and Adani company has been facing a lot of questions by the Congress and other opposition leaders as well. We have Tuhin Sinha joining us. Tuhin, the line that has been taken by the BJP is that the Congress party is anti-wealth creators, but the question certainly would be asked as to whether the party will continue to have discussion, will agree to have discussion on the floor of the House at all.
Well, good morning, Maria. The point is we are not here to defend Adani, the Adani group. They are capable of defending themselves. We have made it very clear time and again. But the problem with Rahul Gandhi's politics is that it is essentially anti-business. We saw it from the start of 2018, 18-19, when he went after the Rafale deal, the first government-to-government defense deal, but without even knowing the meaning of a offset partner. Over the years, he seems to have, metamorphosed into an agent of foreign proxies, including, short-selling giants like Hindenburg, because most of his attacks are without any reason. And moreover, the way he portrays the proximity between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Gautam Adani as the reason of, one of the abettors of these alleged scams, we are against that. That is, something which he has been taking far too long. The point is, Prime Minister Modi is equally pro-business. He is pro-poor. He has proved that the government can be both. My point is, in the last 10 years or so, the order books of BEL and HAL have gone up by over 20 times. Today, HAL is one of the biggest defense suppliers in the world. Now, do we call Modi ji as an agent of HAL or BEL? Last February, 2023 February, Tata struck one of its biggest aircraft deals with Boeing. In fact, Joe Biden was on record to say that would generate 1 million jobs in the US. Did we, do we say that Prime Minister Modi was an agent of the Tatas just because, the deal was preceded by a visit or a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Joe Biden? So I think the Congress needs to grow up. Over the years, it has become fundamentally anti-business and extremely divisive. The reasons why it is languishing today in India.
Yes, so the point that has been made by you is essentially the Congress is anti-business, but that is the line that has been taken by the BJP and the Treasury benches for long. The question is that, after the Constitution Day yesterday, we are expecting the session to begin today in many ways, because day one was essentially about a lot of surround sound and the opposition going all after the Treasury benches. But the larger question is, can there be a meeting ground? I mean, can there be a point where the Treasury bench... Okay, in fact, Mukul Rohatgi, senior advocate and also the former Attorney General, is addressing the media. Let's cut across to it.
So at the outset, jaldi karo yaar, I don't have time now. Are you ready? हाँ मैं दोनों करूँगा. Just do it now. I can't keep waiting. Yes. Good morning. At the outset, I want to tell you that these are my personal legal views. I am not a spokesman for the Adani Group. I am a lawyer. I have been appearing for Adani Group in several cases. So I have gone through this indictment by the US court, running into some 54 pages. My assessment is, and it is clear, that there are 5 charges or 5 counts. It is very important to note that count 1 and count 5 are more important than the others, but in neither in count 1 nor in count 5 is Mr. Adani or his nephew charged. This is like a charge sheet. It charges individuals for doing specific acts. It is like a charge sheet under the Indian penal laws, that you charge somebody with a particular act, whether it is bribery, whether it is corruption, whether it is robbery, whether it's murder. So count number 1, contained in paras 124 onwards of the indictment, is against certain other persons minus the 2 Adanis. It includes some of their officers and 1 foreign person. That is the conspiracy to violate the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. It is called FCPA. It is somewhat similar to the Prevention of Corruption Act in India. So the first allegation is that there is a conspiracy to violate the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act framed by the US Parliament. In that, the Adanis are not named, their officers may be named. That's one. Then there are 2 or 3 other counts relating to securities and bonds. In those 3 counts, the Adanis and others are named. In the last count, which is a very important count, is a count relating to obstruction of justice. In that count, namely count number 5, the Adanis are not named, but their officers are named. So it is, maybe I made a mistake in count number 5. I made a mistake. In count number 5, obstruction of justice, the Adanis are not named, their officers are not named, but certain other people are named, including a foreign party. But be that as it may, the Adanis and others will respond to this charge sheet in the manner that they desire. I have not seen their responses. They will also respond to the stock exchanges in the manner that they desire. I have not seen or vetted any of these exchanges. These are my personal views which I have mentioned after having a look at this charge sheet. In the end, I would like to say something which has been troubling me, that when you look at a charge sheet, you have to be specific to say that so and so has done such and such act, so and so has bribed certain individuals, because this is a charge sheet alleging that these people, including Adanis, have bribed Indian officials in Indian entities relating to supply and purchase of power. But I do not find a single name or a single detail in the charge sheet as to who has been bribed, in what manner has he been bribed, and the official belongs to such and such department. This charge sheet is completely silent. I don't know how one can respond to these kind of charge sheets, but I'm sure the Adanis will take legal opinion, including from American lawyers, etc. One more thing I may add, I think I made a mistake. It is correct that in count 1 and count 5, the Adanis are not named, but several other persons are named. Whether they are connected with Mr. Adani or not, they will respond, but I just wanted to clear the air that the Adanis are not named in count 1, violation of the Foreign Corrupt Practice Act, or count 5, relating to obstruction of justice. Because I saw in the media that as if they have been named or charged in these 2 counts also. That is what I wanted to say. ये मैंने इंडाइटमेंट पढ़ा, ये चार्जशीट की तौर से है, इसमें 5 चार्जेस हैं. पहला चार्ज और 5वां चार्ज इम्पोर्टेंट है. पहला चार्ज है कि अमेरिका का कानून, जो करप्शन का कानून है, करप्शन विदेश का कानून, अमेरिका में नहीं बाहर, उस चार्ज में कई लोगों का नाम है, लेकिन ना अडानी का नाम है, ना उनके नेफ्यू का नाम है. चार्ज नंबर 5 में जो चार्ज है कि न्याय के रास्ते में बाधा डालना, ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन ऑफ जस्टिस, जो एक सीरियस ऑफेंस हो सकता है, उसमें भी ना मिस्टर अडानी का नाम है, ना उनके भांजे का नाम है. ये मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि मेरी अपनी राय है ये पढ़ने के बाद, और ये क्लियर करने के लिए क्योंकि मीडिया में मैंने देखा कि ये छप रहा है कि अडानीज के खिलाफ दोनों चार्ज हैं, न्याय के रास्ते में बाधा डालना और करप्शन का चार्ज जो पहला काउंट है वो नहीं है। ये मेरी पर्सनल राय है। अडानी ग्रुप क्या इसका जवाब देगा वो अपने लीगल सलाहकारों से करेगा जो अमेरिका में होंगे, या क्या टिप्पणी अडानी ग्रुप करेगा वो उसकी मर्जी है। ये मेरी पर्सनल राय है और ना इसमें अडानी का कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन है, ना उनकी कोई ये राय है। थैंक यू।
Can we speak to you on a one-on-one?
Just 1 or 2 minutes.
Sure.
Madam.
Thank you so much.
मनोज
Anuj sir?
चलो एक करके
Sir, do you have it?
मनोज चलो पहले ये करो।
Just 1 or 2 minutes.
Senior advocate and former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi doing a press conference this morning and explaining the details. He says that he has gone through the documents of Department of Justice in details, and he says clearly that the Adanis are not named in connection to count 5, which is obstruction of justice, and also count 1, which is the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And then he goes on to say that there is some kind of details which are being published in the media which is incorrect in nature. He also says that there is no details on which officials were bribed, and no details on how anyone was bribed either. So, you know, and he also said that this is his individual opinion as a senior counsel of the country, someone who has been reading the documents, because this is a 45-page document of indictment, or alleged indictment, I would say now, after that reading which has been done by Mr. Mukul Rohatgi. He also said, remember, this is also coming at a time when Adani Greens has filed its position in the stock exchange, in which they have said clearly that Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani and Vinny Jain have not been indicted by the Department of Justice. Also, any charge is against Azure, a company which is listed in the US. It has nothing to do with Adani Group per se and Adani Greens. And then he also says that the charge sheet this is a charge sheet, as you know, essentially this 45 page is a charge sheet. And talking about Indian entities, he also said that it's very clear that the charge sheet is silent about bribery, and there is no allegation or mention of Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani in that charge sheet. Let me go back to Tuhin Sinha. Okay, in fact, Mukul Rohatgi is continuing with his press conference. Let's cut across to it.
Adani company called Adani Green, which is in the business of supplying solar power, was bribing officials, unnamed officials, of certain unnamed power companies, purchasers in India, and the idea was to get lucrative contracts for supply of power. इसके लिए bribe दी गई, किसको दी, कहाँ दी, कितनी दी, ये कुछ नहीं है इसमें अभी। और क्योंकि इसमें अमेरिकन इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, अमेरिका की स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में इसका शेयर लिस्टेड है, इसलिए वहाँ की इन्वेस्टिगेशन ये दिखाती है, ये इनके खिलाफ चार्ज है।
Right. What do the charges specifically, say at this point? What are the charges against Adani's?
It is not specific at all. I told you, अगर मुझे आपको घूस देनी है और आप किसी कंपनी में हो तो मुझे आपका नाम तो देना पड़ेगा। तो ना तो आपका नाम है, ना उसमें पैसा इन्वॉल्व है, ना लिखा है कितना दिया और कौन सा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिला, कुछ नहीं लिखा है, जनरल है। अब या तो जनरल है या उनके पास और इन्फॉर्मेशन है, वो बाद में दी जाएगी, वो मैं कह नहीं सकता। लेकिन इन कागजों में कोई घूस लेने का नाम, पता, अमाउंट कुछ नहीं है।
In which counts are the Adanis named and not named?
Counts 2, 3 and 4, the Adanis are named. Those counts relate to allegations of conspiracy in securities, namely shares which are listed in the US.
Right, and count 1 and 5, sir?
I told you 1 and 5. One is conspiracy to violate the Corruption Act, and count 5 is obstruction of justice.
Right, all right.
उन दोनों में नहीं है.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. So that was former Attorney General of India, Mukul Rohtgi, and senior counsel who specified that in count 1 and 5 of this US indictment of the Adani Group, the Adanis are not named. Neither Mr. Gautam Adani or his nephew are named in these counts, which are counts relating to the violation of the Foreign, Act of these bribery charges. Or count 5, which is the violation, rather the obstruction of judicial practices. This is what we're understanding at this moment from former Attorney General Mukul Rohtgi. With camera person S.V. Dwivedi, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
All right, Tanushka, thank you so much for getting us that quick chat. Also with former Attorney General Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, senior counsel, saying that he has gone through those 45 pages of indictment, and he says very clearly that there is no direct charge of bribery, no amount which has been mentioned either. And if there is charge, it is against Azure and CPDQ, which are the two companies. Their officials have been named and charged with bribery in the US indictment, Department of Justice indictment. There is no charge essentially of a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act against Gautam Adani and also Sagar Adani. So I think this morning that press conference certainly is setting the tone even as we wait for the Parliament to begin the session to begin. Tuhin Sinha, thank you for your patience, and you continue to be with us. Would you say that this kind of analysis in the way that Mukul Rohatgi has said that he's gone through the documents? I'm not too sure how many people have gone through the documents. Here is a senior counsel saying that he has gone through the documents. There is no direct charge of obstruction of justice or allegations vis-a-vis Foreign Corrupt Practices Act against Mr. Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani. So do you think this is good enough for opposition to really hold on to their horses, or will they be continuing, as there is an adjournment motion which has been given this morning itself by a senior Congress MP?
Well, based upon previous allegations, the SEBI is already carrying out an exhaustive investigation into the previous allegations. Now, of the 4 state governments which have been named, the only state government which continues to be in office is the Tamil Nadu government. But strangely, instead of filing an FIR and initiating investigation, one of the DMK ministers has staunchly denied the allegation. Similarly, the previous Odisha government officials or one of the ministers who was a minister, in fact, the BJD has brought out a press release denying the allegation. So in this situation, while we are absolutely open to having a discussion on the subject, any obstructionist tactics by the Congress party would be in poor taste and would not work. Rahul Gandhi's logic can be very absurd. It can be very weird at times. Last week, when he convened a press conference, he demanded the arrest of Adani. Now, he doesn't seem to realize the difference between an indictment and conviction. Rahul Gandhi himself is indicted in the National Herald case. So does that mean he should be re-arrested? These are important things which the leader of opposition should realize, should learn, and accordingly behave with more responsibility.
Okay, what has been said here also by Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, senior counsel, is that there is a flawed understanding of the DOJ, which is the Department of Justice indictment, and in both the foreign as well as the Indian media. He wants to make that point clear as to what are these 5 counts and what is the nature of charge against the Adani Group. The Adani Greens, remember this morning, filing its position, a statement in the National Stock Exchange saying clearly that there is some kind of reckless or incorrect reporting which is happening in the media, which is completely not in sync with what has been the filing of the DOJ. It says clearly that the charge of corruption and bribery is against the Azure and CPDQ officials. It has nothing to do with Adani Greens and Adani senior management either. So, we have seen how this has been almost like a flashpoint between the Treasury benches and opposition. As you said, you're not really the spokesperson of the conglomerate, but the larger question is that if this is how it will be seen even in this session of Parliament, then where is it all headed, Tuhin?
Well, there are important issues to be discussed. The Waqf Amendment Act has to be passed. There are 16 other bills which need to be passed immediately. Yes, I mean, like I said, we are not close to any discussion, but there are more important issues and pressing issues to be taken before we come to this, indictment by the U.S. court. Like I said, this could be the only issue for Rahul Gandhi, but the country is worried about other issues. There are 16 bills which need to be passed, and that would be given precedence.
All right, Tuhin, thank you so much for joining us this morning and sharing your thoughts. Of course, at 11 a.m. Is when the Parliament session will begin. Yesterday, we saw, back and forth happen on the issue of constitution. Remember, Indian constitution is a living constitution. It has undergone several amendments as well, and that is because of the changing times. There was a charge that came from the opposition which said that the present government is not working within the framework of the constitution, and the government of India's defense under Prime Minister Modi has been that they are the biggest protectors of constitution. So this entire narrative of the opposition of saving the constitution is in many ways being defeated by the people of India through multiple election results which have not gone in favor of the opposition. Let's listen in to what Pradeep Bhandari of the BJP had to say, and then I bring in another guest.
The Congress party is against the Indian growth story. The Congress party is against the Indian wealth creators. The Congress party knows that if India becomes the third largest economy, Congress party and its evil forces across the borders will have an issue. This is why Soros and the Congress party always tries to plant fake news and fake agenda against Indian wealth creators. The latest Adani episode, in which now it has come out that the bribery charges were not against the Adani group, here is yet another example, whether it is Hindenburg, whether it is Rafale and now the Adani. The Congress party's intentions are evil, spread fake news, hurt the Indian growth story. This is why we say Congress is anti-progress, anti-people, anti-India.
All right, will that play out in Parliament? Well, the state certainly is set, and we saw a precursor of sort on day one of this winter session. Today is day 3 of the winter session. The government has several agendas listed, including some people-friendly legislation as well, which will have an impact on lives of you and me. Will that be taken up, given how the tone of the opposition has been? We'll continue to track this story very closely. A quick break and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Hello and welcome to India Sense.
where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online.
It only says there was a conspiracy to bribe. There is no violation of the Foreign Corruption Prevention Act in India. Neither the Adanis nor even Adani Greens, which is the bond holder, which is the bond issuer, none of them have been cited as giving any bribes in India. So the case is only one, that there was some intention, a conspiracy, a scheme to bribe Indian officials. But there is no evidence that it was carried out. It is not even suggested that it was carried out in India. So there is nothing to invest in India, and this adjournment motion and all this noise which the Congress party has made is completely misconceived. In India, there is no activity, even for the conspiracy alleged to have been taken place. Right? There is no evidence as to why they say there is a conspiracy. What is the evidence which proves that there was any conspiracy to bribe Indian officials to get these solar energy contracts? Kuch nahi hai. Nothing in the indictment. So, the Congress party is blindly relying on, an indictment against an Indian conglomerate which has done extremely useful business, undertaken useful businesses for India abroad, and it is trying to undermine them. It has succeeded in competition to get contracts for ports, etc., against many enemy countries of India. This is not in India's interest, and to blindly follow a US court indictment which gives no evidence and does not suggest that any of the Adanis or the company which issued the bonds, Adani Greens, have done any wrong in India. There is no, again I repeat, no case of any bribery in India in that indictment. Congress is reading too much into this indictment, and they are doing it for purely political purposes, and they have been aided, as is revealed by the timing of this leak, this indictment, by the democratic deep state. Now, this is a judicial order passed on indictment, but I regret to say that I don't know what evidence the judge who issued this indictment has acted upon. नहीं, देखिए ये तो इंडियाज ग्रोथ स्टोरी को रोकने के लिए एक साजिश है, उसमें कोई शक नहीं है। ये इसका जो टाइमिंग है, और आप देखते हैं कि जैसे भी ये न्यूज आता है अदानी के खिलाफ हिंडनबर्ग द्वारा, अब ये इंडाइटमेंट द्वारा, हमेशा उसके बाद थोड़े टाइम के लिए अदानी ग्रुप का लॉस होता ही है। अब तो $2.4 बिलियन का लॉस जाहिर है। I'm not a parliamentarian right now.
But you have been a parliamentarian. But how do you see this? Do you think that there's a conspiracy of the foreign forces who are behind this? Because BJP have been alleging the Soros link behind the Hindenburg and everything. How do you see this, sir?
Isn't it manifest that you are repeatedly going after one corporate group, trying to embarrass the Prime Minister by saying that he is closely aligned? He is an industrialist who has executed many projects very successfully, both in India and abroad, in infrastructure, of which we should be proud of. Now, don't rush to condemn him blindly following a US indictment. You are behaving like the local agents of a foreign power that has an interest in stopping India's economic growth and undermining economic economic policies, our growth story, and our stock markets. And you indirectly affect the retail investors.
The opposition MPs have been constantly accusing government of cheating Dr. Adani, and they are insisting for a JPC in this regard. How do you see this demand?
Unless the Congress party puts out in the public domain credible evidence that there has been some wrongdoing in India, there is no need for any inquiry either by any authority in India or for a JPC. You please put out the evidence. You can't blindly follow without application of mind. You only want to create some kind of noise and disrupt Parliament. This disruption of Parliament on such, it's not even flimsy evidence. It's non-evidence. There is no evidence. This is completely unwarranted. देखिए, जो इंडाइटमेंट यूएस कोर्ट ने किया है अदानी ग्रुप के खिलाफ, यानी उसमें काफी नाम्स हैं, लेकिन उस इंडाइटमेंट में ये नहीं बताया गया है कि भारत में कौन से कानून का उल्लंघन हुआ है। उस इंडाइटमेंट में ये नहीं कहा गया है कि किसी को भी, कोई भी पब्लिक ऑफिशियल भारत में को घूस मिला है अदानी ग्रुप या उनके ऑफिसर्स द्वारा। वो स्पष्ट है, आप इंडाइटमेंट पढ़िए, उसमें नहीं है। इंडाइटमेंट सिर्फ ये बताता है कि एक साजिश था, और उसके बारे में भी कोई सबूत नहीं है कि ये साजिश था ब्राइब करने के लिए, लेकिन उसके लिए भी, जैसे मैंने कहा, कोई भी सबूत नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी अंधविश्वास के आधार पे इसको यहां पे एक इश्यू बनाने की कोशिश में है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को कम से कम, मैं नहीं कहता हूं कि यदि यहां पे कुछ रॉन्ग डूइंग हुआ है, कुछ गलत कानून का उल्लंघन हुआ है, अदानी ग्रुप या उनके ऑफिसर्स द्वारा कि अथॉरिटीज को या जेपीसी को स्थापित नहीं किया जाना चाहिए। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहता हूं कि पहले आप सबसे पहले सबूत पेश कीजिए, उसके बाद देखना चाहिए कि ये सबूत काफी है कि नहीं।
Senior Counsel Mahesh Jethmalani then doing a press conference, all this happening in matter of few minutes. You know, the action began at 9 a.m. when Adani group of companies, Adani Greens in particular, filed its clarification or statement at the National Stock Exchange, making its position known. And then you heard from top counsels of India, all of them saying clearly that there is no charge whatsoever in the DOJ documents against Adani senior management, saying clearly that the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act doesn't apply on them, that there are no charges. They have not been charged on that. It is Azure and CDPQ. These are, and their officials, these company officials which have been named in the Department of Justice indictment document. Let me bring in Aishwarya now. Aishwarya, an important meeting of India bloc is going to happen at 10 a.m. All eyes will be on their strategy. Will there be some kind of reworked strategy, or will they continue with that demand of a JPC? Here is Mahesh Jethmalani saying clearly that because there is no evidence and there is non-evidence, these are the phrases that he has used, it clearly means that there is a larger conspiracy at play here to perhaps disrepute, bring some kind of disrepute to this conglomerate rather than evidence-based allegation.
Well, till now we have been told that 3 Congress MPs have moved notices on the Adani issue, and yes, at 10 a.m. India bloc leaders are meeting at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers, and they will be strategizing on how to get out the government over this issue. But two senior lawyers of the country had come out individually and had read all those documents. Perhaps they have stated that Congress is reading out too much into this, and if they have some proof, then they should come out with that. There is no demand, the demand that Congress was earlier raising, that there should be a JPC probe into it. There is nothing such going deep down into it, because complete conspiracy is something that they had marked it as. So clearly, when top Indian lawyers are referring to these documents and clearly had been stating that there is no conspiracy, Congress is reading out it too much, then how the Congress is going to respond into it? Of course, the Congress party has been saying that these are allegations, but they should be probed. And now, whether, in this particular meeting, again, the India bloc leaders will try to get out the government, there would be ruckus that could be seen inside the house once again. Remember, on the day 1 of winter session of Parliament, the entire Parliament session was stalled because of this issue only. And now today, whether this will repeat again is something that remains to be seen. But of course, 3 of the Congress MPs, we have been told till now, had given suspensions on this particular issue.
Okay, a word on what is listed today in both the houses of Parliament. Aishwarya.
Well, as far as Lok Sabha is concerned, we've been told that the banking amendment bill will again come up. Nirmala Sitharaman will be tabling it. Remember, this bill was passed in August last year and in Lok Sabha, and was tabled in Lok Sabha in August last year, and now it would be there for consideration and passing. Apart from it, Ashwini Vaishnav will be tabling the Railway Amendment Bill 2024. In the Rajya Sabha, we've been told that Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu will be tabling the Vayuyan Videyak 2024, and Hardeep Puri will be tabling the bill for oil refineries that will change overall reforms for the oil supplies in the country as well. So these are important legislation that are scheduled today as far as the government's list is concerned. But whether this will be happening or not amid of the ruckus that we have seen on the day one of the winter session of Parliament is something that all eyes will be on.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much. So 10 a.m. is when the India bloc meeting will happen. It will be for floor management. Will there be some MPs or leaders within the India bloc who will be of the opinion that the Congress should not persist with its demand for a JPC on this issue? Will there be, what will be government strategy? Because 10:30 a.m. is when the core group of ministers meet inside Parliament as well. Let me bring in Sajjan Kumar, political analyst, joining us. Sajjan, important legislation, people-friendly legislation listed today, particularly banking amendments bill, because, that will ensure that there are more nominees, and that entire succession battle, how it plays, turns into court cases. That is certainly reduced if this law comes through.
Yeah, precisely, and that's a people's friendly budget. And besides banking, also you see there are reform bills for railways, port, aircraft, etc. And that is why it is expected from the opposition, and particularly from the India bloc, that they give priority to the nitty-gritty and go into the granular details of the bill and contribute constructively.
Yes.
Because it has its implication to the people of India. But it is very unfortunate that rather than giving priority to the people-friendly bills which is coming and contributing to it constructively, they are entirely obsessed, and primarily the Congress, with one particular individual. And this points to multiple patterns, if you see, that in the last couple of years, rather than constructively contributing to the deliberation of the Parliament, which is primarily a deliberative chamber, there is a rise into the destructive and very sort of disruptive practices. So that is a decline of the very parliamentary mandate that the opposition had got, and the onus goes primarily to the leader of opposition now. Secondly, also see, it is up to the India bloc to decide whether they want to go with a leader, primarily the leader of opposition, whose singular obsession with an individual, because that singular obsession is not just about one Adani or anyone else. It is about the mindset to the corporate India, because in the last 3.5 decades since P.V. Narasimha Rao, when India began its growth story, corporate India has been part of the national vision and national interest. And therefore, this entire mindset to go berserk and desperation to hound corporate India via one individual is something that India bloc, other constituent, also has to take seriously. And therefore today in the meeting, it would be very kind of keen to know whether the India bloc is taking stock of the situation, or is it going, for contributing to the debates which is expected of the bills, which is about the banking reforms bill, port reforms bill, then railways and aircraft, which is something which is going to have its implication, and it is expected to have a very constructive debate, or is it going to be led by the obsession of the leader of opposition just to kind of demand something which doesn't have any implication for the common public in India?
All right, Sajjan, thank you so much for joining us. With that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be back with you at 10 a.m. Over to you, Divya, for other news and updates.
Right. Thank you so much, Maria, for joining us from right outside the Parliament. And of course, news coming in regard to the Adani stocks. And the Adani stocks have recovered. All Adani stocks are now in the green. So Adani stocks there making a strong recovery as far as the markets are concerned this morning. All Adani stocks now coming in the green after that clarification that's been put out by the Adani Green Group. Let's just switch tracks now to Tamil Nadu, and lots of rain is expected, heavy showers expected in the area, and that is because of a deep depression that has developed over the Bay of Bengal. It's likely to intensify into a cyclone. It's likely to impact the coastline of Tamil Nadu as well as Sri Lanka. It's going to be bringing in very heavy amount of rain. We're talking about a red alert warning that has been sounded off by the Met Office. And the Delhi Chief Minister Atashi has alleged that the BJP-led central government is attempting to manipulate the electoral process by getting names of the Aam Aadmi Party supporters deleted from the electoral rolls as the Saffron Party fears defeat in the upcoming Delhi Assembly elections. Let's just cut across to Mr. Jait Pilani.
That there was any bribery
in India by the Adani Group or its directors. There's no allegation about that. The allegation is that investors in the United States who subscribed to the bonds issued by Adani Green were misrepresented when in fact bribes were paid. Now what they have suggested is not actually bribes were paid. So if no bribes were paid, where is the question of anybody being induced on false representations to subscribe to these bonds? Because there is no offense alleged to have taken place in India. They say that there was a conspiracy to violate the Foreign Corruption Prevention Act, there, FC. But there is no evidence even for that. What is the evidence which points to that inference?
So also the Congress is, at this point forming a JPC and wants to discuss about this in the Parliament with the winter session begun already as well. What is your understanding of that with the opposition going on about this indictment?
The indictment itself cannot constitute evidence for any further action in India, including a JPC. The indictment does not provide evidence of any offense committed by anybody in India. Right. If you come with that evidence, then on a consideration of the probative value of that evidence, action may be taken. But at the moment, there is no evidence.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. So that was Senior Counsel and former member of Rajya Sabha, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, telling us that, of course, these allegations and also this charge on the indictment, US indictment of the Adani Group has no, solid evidence at this point, and especially the opposition, wanting to discuss about this in the Parliament at this point, has no base of any evidence is what Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani tells us. With camera person SP Dwivedi, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Right, Tanushka, thank you so much for getting us those details. With Mahesh Jethmalani, they're saying that action can only be taken if there's evidence, and there is no evidence in this case. Switching tracks during the pollution season, let's get you the latest in regard to air purifiers. We're talking about myths that are being busted by my colleague Isha. Let's find out the do's and don'ts.
एयर प्यूरिफायर्स आजकल काफ़ी पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं इंडोर एयर क्वालिटी इंप्रूव करने के लिए बट देयर आर ऑलवेज सम मिसकंसेप्शंस अराउंड देम आई एम ईशान you're watching NDTV and today we'll bust a few myths around air purifiers for you. One myth is that air purifiers sterilize the air. While they effectively filter pollutants like dust and pollen, वो हवा को sterilize नहीं करते. इसके लिए UV light या advanced filtration systems की ज़रूरत होती है. Another misconception is that all air purifiers remove viruses. In fact, only high-efficiency filters like HEPA H14 or UVC light systems can effectively reduce viral particles. Standard home-grade HEPA filters छोटे viruses को capture करने में हर बार सफल नहीं होते. Additionally, people often believe air purifiers are only useful for dust and pollen. But modern units can target microscopic pathogens, including bacteria and mold spores. ये उन लोगों के लिए काफ़ी मददगार होते हैं जो allergies या respiratory conditions से परेशान हैं. There is also a misconception that air purifiers are only for healthcare settings. असल में ये घर, offices और दूसरे indoor spaces में air quality को काफ़ी हद तक बेहतर बना सकते हैं, reducing respiratory risks and enhancing overall well-being. Lastly, not all HEPA filters are equally effective. While they capture small particles, only specific grades like H14 are suitable for medical or lab use. Standard home-grade HEPA filters छोटे particles जैसे viruses को capture करने में effective हो सकते हैं. Understanding these differences is crucial to selecting the right air purifier. For more such information, keep following NDTV.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. With that, we're slipping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Banking amendment bill to be tabled by the Finance Minister in Parliament today. The bill allows multiple nominees for fixed deposits. Meanwhile, the opposition pushes for a discussion on the Constitution. Chennai schools remain shut as rain alert warning has been sounded off by the Met Office because of a deep depression that's likely to intensify into a cyclone. Airlines have also issued advisories amid heavy rain. No decision yet as to who will become the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The BJP there backing Devendra Fadnavis, while it's the Sena pushing for Eknath Shinde to come back in the role of the Chief Minister. Hyderabad cops take the lead in stamping out VIP culture, with the cops crushing over 1,500 VIP sirens in a special drive.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Papa. Adani Green Energy has issued a clarification saying Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are clear of all bribery charges as per the US Department of Justice. but added that there are 3 charges of indictment. Maria Shakil is tracking the finer details. She'll be joining us in just a few moments. Before that, let's begin with the headlines we're tracking. The Adani Group has clarified that Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani, his nephew Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are clear of any bribery charge in the US indictment. Adani Green, a firm under the Adani Group, has also called media reports on this as incorrect in its latest stock exchange filing. Ex-Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi tells NDTV that there are no direct charges against Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani in the US Department of Justice indictment. Meanwhile, senior lawyer Mahesh Jethmalani questions the Congress. Mr. Jethmalani says the Congress is playing up indictment for politics. This is his allegation. And Adani stocks make a strong recovery. The Adani Group stocks are recovering from the lows. The Banking Amendment Bill is to be tabled by the Finance Minister in Parliament today. This bill allows multiple nominees for fixed deposits. Meanwhile, the opposition is pushing for a discussion on the Constitution. Hyderabad cops take the lead in stamping out VIP culture. Cops crush over 1,500 VIP sirens in their special drive. Gunfire is heard across Beirut as Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire takes effect. Meanwhile, Mr. Netanyahu warns of forceful response to any Hezbollah violations. The National Anti-Doping Agency has suspended Bajrang Punia for 4 years for his refusal to provide his sample for dope tests during the selection trials for the national team. Well, Adani Green Energy has issued clarification saying Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are clear of all bribery charges as per the US Department of Justice, but added that there are 3 charges of indictment. Let's go across to my colleague Maria Shakil, who is tracking the finer details. Maria, it's over to you.
Yes, so the Adani Greens has informed the Bombay Stock Exchange of what it sees and what exactly is the picture vis-a-vis the Department of Justice indictment in the US. It has said clearly that there is no bribery charges against Mr. Gautam Adani's nephew Sagar Adani and Vineet Jain as per the DOJ indictment. It has also said that it is Azure and CDPQ, which is a company. These officials of these companies have been charged with bribery as per the DOJ indictment. And they have also gone on to say that all the reports which have surfaced with regards to the senior management of the board is incorrect in nature. You have heard from top lawyers of India this morning, from former Attorney General, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, to Mahesh Jethmalani, all of them saying that there is no evidence whatsoever, not even flimsy evidence. It's a case of non-evidence against Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani. We have a senior advocate of the Supreme Court, Nalin Kohli, also joining us this morning. Nalin, good morning to you and thank you for your time. It's a situation in which there are 2 lawyers who have gone through all those 45 pages of a charge sheet against this alleged bribery charge. They say it was intent, not even the larger amount which has been specified here. So there is no conspiracy and there is no charge whatsoever against Mr. Gautam Adani and his nephew vis-a-vis the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act.
Good, Maria, good morning to you and your viewers. I really can't comment on the issue at large in terms of the order or the indictment because I haven't seen it. And 2, really, if Mr. Mukul Rohatgi or Mr. Jethmalani have seen it, then I'm sure you have the comment already. Because ultimately, Mr. Adani's legal team and anybody's legal team in any indictment or any legal process is going to look at all the options and look at where do they stand with any judgment order to that. But there's a larger question that we need to now consider. And that question also would lead beyond the law to issues related to the economy and the conduct of political parties qua that. India is seen as a bright spot. Now, there may be truth, there may not be truth in an allegation that may come against any individual. Leave it about who the individual is. I mean, if I take it at a political level, Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his family are facing charges of corruption in the National Herald case. So therefore, the standard line is you are innocent unless proven guilty, unless the entire legal process is over. Now that's basic. But at another level, when India is being celebrated and feted across the globe as a bright spot on the economic side, we need to also consider whether the comments that come from the political class are broadly trying to shake the confidence in the India story, which is a successful story under Prime Minister Modi, or is it about, their views on an individual group? So therefore, I find over the last 2-3 days, it's almost like a celebration. This can't be the nature for India and India's concerns and India's interest. Because after all, when the economy grows, everyone benefits. You can't say, I will not benefit, you will not benefit, somebody else benefits. End of the day, a robust economy means there is more for welfare schemes, there is more for the middle class, and there is obviously more for industry and jobs and all that follows.
Nalin, if you're still there with me.
I am, Maria. Tell me.
Yeah, yes. My question is that today, again, there are 3 adjournment notices which have been given by members of the Congress party. These are Congress MPs, of course. But the larger question is, there is also this people-friendly legislation in banking amendments bill, which is going to be tabled by Finance Minister. That impacts lives of Indians far more. Do you think this entire issue, in a way, vis-a-vis a conglomerate is being hijacked in the manner in which it is being, is not based on evidence or hard facts? It's based on hearsay and, as the 2 top lawyers of India indicated, that there is no evidence whatsoever, then why these issues are being raised at all?
So, Maria, that's a fair question. And I think we won't be long enough looking at political events over the last few decades. And if you look at it, there's a pattern. Let me pick up, say, the Congress party's strategy. There was Rafale at one time. Rafale, it went to the Supreme Court. So at the drop of the hat, there is this huge attempt to go out and say, then there was this whole thing about the phone software, Pegasus, when finally, no less than Mr. Rahul Gandhi was asked, why don't you give your phone, let us explore and see it and study it, whether it is inflicted with Pegasus or not. He refused, as I gathered from the media. And that's subject to correction. So now we find that adjournment or disruption of parliament has become a norm. We need to understand that, yes, during elections or leading up to the national elections, there would be a political situation where political parties would be entitled, and quite correctly, entitled to put out their point of view, take whatever political strategy they feel it would be correct. They may want to attack the government, even if it's not justified. But that's their political plan, their political strategy. Now we are beyond the elections. The government of Prime Minister Modi has been elected the 3rd time. Parliament has to function. A banking bill related bill, which is for the middle class and for every other class to benefit the country at large. Would you like to hold that hostage to their liking or disliking of a particular business group? I mean, to put it as bluntly, this is a business group. It is the leadership of a business group that's under question. That leadership has come out and given its own statement. They are entitled to do so. Their legal team would be looking at it. How is this related to the banking bill? There's just no connect. So when you see the Congress party and its leadership resorting to these tactics, one wonders whether they have lost sight of the larger story that is India, of which they are a part. After all, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is the leader of opposition. Does he not have a stake as the leader of opposition for the welfare of India? Is that stake only with the government? So you expect to see that positivity. You expect to see that maturity in terms of the functioning of parliament. There is a mechanism to raise questions. There is a priority of what would be the priority in terms of issues that have to be raised in parliament. And disruption for the sake of disruption on a consistent basis cannot be in the welfare of India or parliamentary democracy.
All right, Nalin Kohli, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Let's listen in to what former Attorney General Mr. Mukul Rohatgi and Senior Counsel Mahesh Jethmalani had to say.
When you look at a charge sheet, you have to be specific to say that so and so has done such and such act, so and so has bribed certain individuals. Because this is a charge sheet alleging that these people, including Adanis, have bribed Indian officials in Indian entities relating to supply and purchase of power. But I do not find a single name or a single detail in the charge sheet as to who has been bribed, in what manner has he been bribed, and the official belongs to such and such department. This charge sheet is completely silent. I don't know how one can respond to these kind of charge sheets, but I'm sure the Adanis will take legal opinion, including from American lawyers, etc. It is very important to note that count 1 and count 5 are more important than the others, but in neither in count 1 nor in count 5 is Mr. Adani or his nephew charged. Then there are 2 or 3 other counts relating to securities and bonds. In those 3 counts, the Adanis and others are named. In the last count, which is a very important count, is a count relating to obstruction of justice. In count number 5, obstruction of justice, the Adanis are not named, their officers are not named, but certain other people are named, including a foreign party.
Unless the Congress party puts out in the public domain credible evidence that there has been some wrongdoing in India, there is no need for any inquiry either by any authority in India or for a JPC. You please put out the evidence. You can't blindly follow without application of mind. You only want to create some kind of noise and disrupt Parliament. This disruption of Parliament on such, it's not even flimsy evidence. It's non-evidence. There is no evidence. Congress is reading too much into this indictment, and they are doing it for purely political purposes, and they have been aided, as is revealed by the timing of this leak, this indictment, by the democratic deep state. ये इसका जो टाइमिंग है, और आप देखते हैं कि जैसे भी ये न्यूज आता है अदानी के खिलाफ हिंडनबर्ग द्वारा, अब ये इंडाइटमेंट द्वारा, हमेशा उसके बाद थोड़े टाइम के लिए अदानी ग्रुप का लॉस होता ही है. He is an industrialist who has executed many projects very successfully, both in India and abroad, in infrastructure, of which we should be proud of. Now, don't rush to condemn him blindly following a US indictment. You are behaving like the local agents of a foreign power that has an interest in stopping India's economic growth and undermining economic economic policies, our growth story, and our stock markets.
So the big takeaways certainly is that there is no violation under Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. That is count 1. And neither Mr. Gautam Adani nor Sagar Adani, his nephew, have been charged under this count 1 of the Department of Justice indictment. And the second point is the count 5, which essentially is obstruction of justice. The board members, the senior board members, management of Adani Group has not been charged under that. And after the filing of the Adani Group, Adani Greens at the Bombay Stock Exchange, there has been a surge in Adani Group stocks. Let's cut across to Harsh for a quick update on that. Harsh, what can you tell us?
Interesting times, of course, but the fact that there is no charge with regard to FCPA is obviously a big positive, and therefore you're seeing a reaction on a lot of Adani counters. Something like an Adani Energy is up nearly 5%, Adani Power up nearly 4%. The flagship Adani Enterprise and Adani Ports as well, Adani Enterprise up nearly 3%, and Adani Total, Adani Green, all of those stocks are seeing recovery in terms of what's happened last week as well. In fact, when we spoke with eminent lawyers, Sanjay Ashar of Crawford Bailey, he suggested that the fact that now this entire charge has moved from an FCPA, which is more criminal, to securities fraud, which is more civil, will mean that a far lower charge in itself applies. The second thing is what H.P. Ranina, who's of course honorable, lawyer at the Supreme Court, he says that there's unlikely to be any penalties, at least for the moment. Charges actually have to be proven, and that will depend on what kind of evidence is available. And for now, no real evidence is presented, is what Mukul Rohatgi has said. And therefore, these charges need to be proven without reasonable doubt, and they ought to be fought in US courts. The other piece that Mr. Ranina interestingly spoke about is that, of course, there has been some impact on shareholders of Adani Group. But if these charges are proven to be false, and at least that's the direction in which things are moving, in that case, markets tend to recover and wealth tends to bounce back. That's something that he underlined very, very clearly on the NDTV network as well this morning.
All right, Harsh, thank you so much for joining us and giving us that quick update there. Let me bring in the guests at this hour. Anand Ahuja is an attorney of law. We also have Vineet joining us. He is the head of research at Ventura Security. Vineet, the clarification which has come in from Adani Greens perhaps puts the issue to rest. Of course, it will be playing out in the political domain as in the parliament. But as far as what we are seeing at the stock exchange, there is that recovery which has happened after. Of course, first it happened on Monday, and again, we are seeing the similar surge.
Yeah, so basically, when there are no charges leveled against the persons who are taking the bribe, whom have you bribed? The specifics are not there, and in the Indian court of law, this would have been more like an FIR than anything else. Moving back to the fundamentals of the company, I think apart from the sentimental damage, there's tremendous intrinsic value in these stocks, and these are some of the fastest growing infrastructure companies in the world. Okay. And I believe that, there is significant value out here. We have done our work. We've identified these stocks as being the creme de la creme to invest in. And the fact that they've lost almost 30% value over the last few days tells you that there is, significant appreciation to happen. And to my mind, whenever a negative event gets neutralized, the stock should bounce back to the levels where the stocks traded prior to the event being announced. But having said that, we should also keep in mind, be cognizant of the fact that the sentiment in the markets are quite negative, and we may not see that kind of a quick rally that happened, but more of a clawing rally that will need investors to convince investors, because we've seen these wolf-like events play out over the last few times, and investors have lost considerable wealth. So, it will be a gradual recovery that takes place.
All right. You have made an interesting observation there. The fact is that the fundamentals are solid of this company, and we have highlighted those aspects as well. So Anand Ahuja, coming on this, if there is no indictment per se under FCPA, which is the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which is criminal in nature, and there is no bribe giver or bribe taker, The bribe amount has not been made here. There is no obstruction of justice. So largely it is about securities and bonds. That's what Mukul Rohatgi specified while going through those 45 pages of indictment. It's very clear that the company's management is in the clear. Now question is that it will be about civil case rather than a criminal case. Then what now?
So first of all, we have to understand Security and Exchange Commission's authority here. So it's totally wrong to assume that it is a civil case. Under the Security and Exchange Commission, the charges so far have been framed. There can be an imprisonment of up to 25 years. So it's totally wrong to make that kind of statement that criminal conviction is only available under Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So we have to understand that. But coming back to the other elements of the case, which I personally believe is very weak case, I don't agree with some of the points raised by your other panelists. Like Mr. Jethmalani said that Rahul Gandhi should present the evidence. My question is, who is Rahul Gandhi? Is Rahul Gandhi has any authority to prosecute anybody in India? That's not the question. The question is, first of all, the evidence. If I'm not mistaken, one of your panelists said that evidence has not been presented. Evidence in these kind of cases is basically presented first to the grand jury. Grand jury, after examining those evidences, charges. If the evidences are weak, the grand jury will, to begin with, not even charge. Secondly, we have to understand indictment does not mean conviction. The way Rahul Gandhi and other politicians in India are making a lot of noise, Adani should be arrested, Adani should be arrested. They should have a basic clearance in their mind that it's indictment. It's not a conviction. You get convicted only after a trial. Secondly, even after trial also, there is no guarantee that you will be convicted. And I give you an example of Anderson in Bhopal tragedy case. He was convicted, but he was never arrested. Uh, Mr. Kohli made mentioned some of the scandals of Congress government. He made a very good point, but I think he forgot to mention two major scandals during Congress party's time, that is Augusta Westland chopper case and Beaufort case. But coming back to this particular case, there are a lot of loopholes in this case. The question is, in the United States, we go as per the discovery and deposition. Question is, can prosecutors in United States go and conduct discovery in India? Can prosecutors in United States go and conduct deposition in India? Or these politicians who have taken bribe, or these government officials, they have taken bribe, are they subject
All to right. subpoena of United Let me go States back to court? Vineet, and we also have Dr. Adesh Agarwal joining us on this broadcast. Vineet, coming to you, because now it is about securities and bonds, not as much as criminal indictment. That has become clear. The charge is against the officials of Azure and CDPQ. These are the two companies which are listed in the US. The Adani Greens making its position known this morning at the stock exchange. You have said that there is a lot of buoyancy in these stocks and with regards to this company. But now when you see that this kind of clarification has come at the Bombay Stock Exchange, do you see this recovery which has happened is short term, or are you of the opinion that this is going to extend?
See, it will always remain an overhang on the stock because nothing has been proved as far. So this kind of thing will remain an overhang on the stock, and we need to see what will be the action of the rating agencies on these things. So they were very quick to downgrade Adani stocks as of yesterday. We need to see how they will react now. And since they take their time to review decisions, there will be some time before the their renewals come, and I don't think they will review their decisions before the judgment is out. So what it is going to do is it's going to impact Adani in a way that they will not be able to raise foreign capital at the rates that they would like, and so they would have to resort to Indian lending institutions to raise money. This could possibly raise the cost of debt for them. Apart from this, they typically try to raise long-term debt matching their liabilities with the life of the asset, so there is no asset liability mismatch. So here what will happen, they will have to raise money for a shorter period of time, that is maybe 5 to 7 years, and then they will have to roll it further. So there will be a little bit of interest rate implication if the interest rates were to move adversely.
All right, let me bring in Dr. Adesh Agarwal, who is the former president of Supreme Court Bar Association. Dr. Agarwal, you heard from two legal eagles of India, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani and former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi. What are your thoughts vis-a-vis this case now?
I fully agree with their observation. As a matter of fact, there is a big conspiracy to destabilize India's economy because Mr. Adani has big stake. He has so much investment in India, and so much industries are moving. And not only he is investing in India, in foreign countries, he has announced the name of India, and it is become jealous of some political parties as well as foreign agencies who want to destabilize India. Because under Modi government, they could not defeat at border, they could not create internal problems, and Indian economy is growing. So to stop this, such type of allegations are made. Actually, there is no allegation in this count number 1 and 5, conspiracy to violate FCPA or conspiracy to obstruct justice, Mr. Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani, and Vineet Jain. And there is no need at this moment to investigate in India because US agencies have not written to Indian government to investigate till they are making, and they know their responsibility. Till those allegations are proved, they are not going to Indian government or Indian agencies. Because till the matter is proved, these are only allegations and not, as I mentioned, count number 1 and 5 is not these three important personalities of this group. So there is, Indian government can't investigate. If somebody is really interested that they have really violated, then they have a right to move to court, not be a, well, if political leaders like the leader of opposition, he can move to the criminal court for initiating, or high court for initiating action against Mr. Adani Group. When there is no force in this, that's why they are not filing any case in the court.
All right, Dr. Adesh, I get your point. So thank you so much for joining us, Vineet. Thank you for sharing the investor perspective there, because the investor sentiment becomes crucial. We have seen that recovery which has happened of the Adani portfolio and the surge in the stock exchange also after the results of the assembly. Maharashtra elections become important because Maharashtra as a state has the highest contribution to GST, to the centre's kitty. And of course, Maharashtra is the financial heart of India. Mumbai is the financial capital of India. And that is the reason why the investor sentiment is being reflected now in stock markets as well. So thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. After that, a quick update on what's going to happen in the parliament.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Up Independent reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Welcome back. This is a special broadcast where I'm coming to you live from Vijay Chowk, very close to the Parliament of India. That's where a stormy session began on Monday. Of course, yesterday was the Constitution Day, but today will be the full functioning of the winter session, where the government has listed some legislation, including the Banking Amendments Bill. There is a bill of the Railways Ministry as well, which will be tabled by Ashwini Vaishnav, the Railways Minister. On the opposition agenda is adjournment notices that they have given with regards to the Adani conglomerate. Joining me now at this hour is Ghanshyam Tiwari, senior spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. We also have Aditi Fadnis joining us and Mahesh Verma, spokesperson of the BJP. I'm going to begin with you, Ghanshyam Tiwari. We have the issue is that there are important people-centric bills which are listed today, including Banking Amendments Bill, which impacts lives of you and me as well, and ordinary citizens of India. Shouldn't that be priority of opposition? Shouldn't that be issue which should be concerning opposition more? Or is this about, as the BJP says, targeting an individual and making it about being anti-India growth story?
Good morning, Maria, to you, the viewers and fellow co-panelists. There are three important things. One is that India is currently being mocked by the United States, by their justice system, as a banana system where a conglomerate gets past SEBI, Supreme Court, Parliament discussions, and BJP has stopped defending the Prime Minister. It only defends the conglomerate. So when this happens, then the questions are going to be raised in the Parliament, because the conglomerate's guru is the Prime Minister himself. That's one. Second, we will also want to discuss this model of BJP to create riots at will by Batenge Katenge model that we see in Uttar Pradesh. And third, we would like to discuss the inexplicable victories that BJP has had in Haryana and Maharashtra, verdicts that are not supported by any ground movement, and verdicts that fracture the belief that my vote will lead to a transparent mandate. We are at a verge where Parliament is probably the only...
But Ghanshyam, yesterday the Election Commission had issued a clarification with regards to a news story which had come. How fair is it that when the mandate, and as you heard also from the Supreme Court yesterday when that PIL came up, that when the mandate is in your favor, you don't raise issues with regards to EVM and these inexplicable, votes. And when the mandate is not in your favor, that is the time when you do. So you have a Jharkhand election. That's where the BJP is not saying that it is their inexplicable loss. Then why can't the opposition come to terms with the fact that your strategy was not right in Maharashtra? That's why you faced that loss.
Well, there is a parallel between the Adani matter and what is happening in elections in India. The parallel is, look at the Adani matter. Prime Minister gives him a clean chit. Entire BJP bats for him and his conglomerate. He passes through the parliament. He passes through the SEBI. The SEBI chief herself is in dock. He passes through the Supreme Court. Eventually to be exposed by a foreign government in their justice system, not just an accusation, but an indictment. So similarly, we are looking at a failure of our institutions. If Election Commission today gives a clean chit to BJP in this inexplicable victories, that means nothing. I believe that Parliament, which has the voice of the people, is today the only immune system that the nation has in preserving our democracy. We cannot be a nation where machines decide who will be the winner rather than the people.
Okay, so people are the ones who went to those machines to press the buttons. And these are the machines which actually ensured, announced your victory in number of states, including the performance of the Samajwadi Party in the Lok Sabha polls, which happened just 6 months ago. Aditi Fadnis come in on this. So on opposition's agenda is also the EVM issue. The Supreme Court has said clearly, and I spoke about this just 30 seconds back, then the issue also of what's happening in Uttar Pradesh. But the issue is that will that really find space in Parliament, or will it be about ruckus, pandemonium, as we have seen in multiple sessions, or the opposition, the Treasury benches is also are of the opinion, as we have seen, that they are not going to be cornered, but by what they say is unreasonable demands of the opposition parties.
Well, I don't think all demands of the opposition parties being raised in Parliament are unreasonable. To be sure, Election Commission and EVMs, etc., I don't think merit too much scrutiny. But issues of a discussion on Manipur, in which the last time around the Manipur MPs were not allowed to speak, and the opposition walked out of the house. And many other issues, I think, are germane, and there must be a discussion on them. At the same time, issues of states are only discussed in Rajya Sabha. They cannot be discussed in the Lok Sabha, but last time they were discussed, and the role of the center in what is happening in Manipur. I understand that even today there have been some killings in Manipur and some bodies have been discovered. I think it's important and it needs to be discussed. That said, Maria, there are several very important bills which are going to be passed, which are going to be discussed and hopefully passed by Parliament. One of them, for instance, in the Rajya Sabha is the bill on an overall comprehensive review of aviation rules in India. And this bill replaces one that was drafted in 1931. It has gone through many amendments, but nevertheless, this new bill seeks to review the entire aviation sphere in India. Now, this is a happening sector, and we really think, there should be some movement forward on this. Like that, the banking bill that you mentioned, that also deserves discussion, because it's going to ease the work of people like you and me in naming more nominees than just one, and it's going to help us basically. So I don't think the opposition can have any difference of opinion on this, but whether they allow the house to work or not, that remains to be seen.
Absolutely. Mahesh Verma, the question is that, and I agree with Aditi, that not all demands of opposition is unreasonable. They are demanding an explanation or perhaps a discussion on Manipur, which is a fair one, given how the tensions continue in the state. There are other demands with regards to inflation and others, which the government of the day should be open to, including this thick blanket of smog that we are seeing in Delhi and the entire NCR. The Business Advisory Committee, which has members of all political parties, should be open to slotting these discussions, which are very, very crucial.
बिल्कुल, मैं कब कह रहा हूं कि विपक्ष का काम जो है वो नहीं करना चाहिए, या विपक्ष जो अभी तक संसद में करता आ रहा है वो उसका ड्यूटीज भी है और उसको अच्छे से निभाना भी चाहिए। लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये कहावत है कि खिसियानी बिल्ली खंभा नोचे। आप देश के विधि विधान, संविधान, संसद, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो ये कह रहा है कि जब आपकी शर्मनाक हार होती है तो आपको ईवीएम दिखाई देता है। तो आप अगर हारते हो, श्याम जी जिस पार्टी को बिलोंग करते हैं उसके नेता कहते हैं कि भाई अगर इसी तरह से होगा तो बोली की जगह गोली चलेगी। तो आप लोकतंत्र में विश्वास करने वाले लोग हो और इस तरह से आप पार्लियामेंट चलाओगे। पार्लियामेंट की एक प्रक्रिया होती है। अदिति जी सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट रही हैं। ऐसे कोई थोड़ी होता है कि गुंडागर्दी के जरिए जो है आप जाइए और चिल्लाना और चीखना शुरू कर दीजिए। उसके तौर तरीके बनाए गए हैं। पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसेस को आप डिमोलिश
I'm not too sure if you can use the phrases like Gundagardi and all. These are elected MPs, just as you have elected MPs. There should be a great degree of respect that should be extended to members of parliament. They are representatives of people, representing close to 3 to 4 lakh individuals.
आप देखिए टीएमसी के लोग क्या करते हुए नजर आए पिछली बार। किस प्रकार से कागज फेंके गए, किस प्रकार से एब्यूजिंग वर्ड यूज किए गए। आपने जब उस चीज को आपने तय कर लिया कि हम पार्लियामेंट में जाके कोई डिस्कशन करने के बजाय, इतने इंपॉर्टेंट बिल हैं, या वो रेलवे के हैं, एयरफोर्स के हैं, सिप के हैं, बैंकिंग के हैं, आप पार्लियामेंटियन हैं, आपकी ड्यूटीज बनती है कि उसको डिस्कस करो, उसको पास करो ताकि देश का भला हो। आप इसलिए थोड़ी हो कि आप वहां जाओ और आप हर एक आदमी को वहां पे ऐसे लगता है कि
let me get a word from Ghanshyam Tiwari as well. Ghanshyam Tiwari, even as we speak, and there is an important meeting, 2 meetings which are happening inside the parliament. One in Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber, in which the opposition is discussing its flow strategy. The other meeting is happening also of the treasury benches. Ghanshyam, the question is, can there be a meeting ground? Has there been efforts also as a member of the India bloc, do you think that has there been efforts by the government to ensure that the House functions? Because let's not forget the responsibility of the treasury benches. It is their responsibility to run the parliament.
Maria, in a civilization of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam and a mantra of our constitution Satyamev Jayate, BJP today stands as a government at center and in Uttar Pradesh as a Batenge Katenge party. Prime Minister endorses Batenge Katenge, the entire BJP endorses Batenge Katenge, and Batenge Katenge has become the mantra of Uttar Pradesh government. I don't think that there can be a meeting ground with Batenge Katenge in this country. If that becomes a meeting ground, then the country will go to anarchy. We believe that parliament is a place which will harmonize the nation. Unless BJP stays in the model where they turn India into a banana system, they support big conglomerates who fund them, and we are exposed to inexplicable mandates and a burning Manipur and a Batenge Katenge model, I don't see a meeting ground.
All right, so you don't see a meeting ground. Mahesh Verma, can there be a meeting ground? Can treasury benches walk that extra mile to ensure that the opposition comes on board, especially with regards to banking amendments bill and such crucial legislations?
निश्चित रूप से वेलकम है। अगर कोई ऐसी चीज है जो कि विपक्ष की तरफ से जो बातें कही जाती है चर्चा के लिए, कोई भी चीज, हम किसी चीज से घबरा थोड़ी रहे। मणिपुर में आपने पहले भी चर्चा करी, हमने उस पे सब तरह से जो फैक्ट्स थे हमने सदन के सामने रखे। इसी प्रकार से जिन जिन चीजों पे आपको कहीं शंकाएं हैं या जिन चीजों को आप चाहते हैं कि भाई वैल्यू एडिशन के साथ पास हो कोई विधेयक, जहां आपकी कहीं कोई कंसर्न है या वो पब्लिक को लेकर हो या डेवलपमेंट को लेकर हो या देश को लेकर है, उसके ऊपर खुले मन से चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है। लेकिन इस तरह से कि जब आप कोई नोटिस नहीं देंगे, किसी प्रकार से आप अपनी चीजों को प्रॉपर ढंग से आप प्लेस नहीं करेंगे पार्लियामेंट के अंदर और आके सदन में आप एकदम से हंगामा खड़ा कर देंगे, तो हंगामा खड़ा करना आपका मकसद नहीं हो सकता है ना। और हंगामा करने वाले व्यक्ति को हम क्या कहें?
Okay, Aditi, a word from you as the session is going to begin in another few minutes.
Well, I don't see, frankly, I think Mr. Tiwari has already indicated that there is no meeting ground. And Mr. Verma is saying that that repeated interruptions will not be allowed. So yeah, there is no meeting ground, and today also we'll see the same kind of scenes that we saw day before yesterday when the house opened. But that said, I think it's very important to assert that there has to be some discussion, that there has to be some talk, that the opposition and the government together are responsible for taking India forward. And just as the opposition came halfway on the issue of Canada to agree with the government that this matter would not be raised and would not be discussed in Parliament because it affects the image and too many sensitivities in India. Similarly, the government should also meet the opposition halfway and say, yes, we will discuss some things that you want discussed. After all, however peculiar the role of EVM should be, I don't think there's any harm in discussing them. And the role they play, and scientifically establishing that EVMs are okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Aditi Fadnis, Ghanshyam Tiwari and Mahesh Verma. With that, it's a wrap from this Vijay Chowk segment. Back to you in the studio. But in another 7 minutes is when the Parliament session begins, and all eyes will be on what happens in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online.
Parliament to resume today amid the government versus opposition face-off. The Congress pushes for a discussion on Manipur. Several important bills are to be tabled. The government to table the Banking Laws Amendment Bill. The Adani Group has clarified Chairman Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani have not been charged with any violations of the United States Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in the bribery case indictment filed by U.S. authorities, calling media reports on this as incorrect in its latest stock exchange filing. Top lawyer Mukul Rohatgi has questioned the charges against the Adani Group, says there are no details in these charges about bribery after going through the entire charge sheet. Senior lawyer Mahesh Jethmalani has questioned opposition Congress party over the controversy regarding the Adani Group, says the Congress is playing up the indictment for politics. The Supreme Court says conversion for benefits is fraud on the Constitution, upholding an order by the Madras High Court on conversion for quota. The Madras High Court denied a SC certificate to a woman who was born a Christian. And Hyderabad cops take the lead in stamping out VIP culture. They crushed over 1,500 VIP sirens that were being used on the streets in this special drive. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and Parliament is resuming in just a short while from now. In fact, it has resumed. Remember, this is the second day of the winter session of Parliament that began on Monday. There was a break yesterday for Constitution Day, and as you can see, Parliament there has resumed. More fireworks are expected in Parliament today, with the Congress pushing for a discussion on the Manipur issue. They have put forward an adjournment motion to discuss the crisis in Manipur. Remember, on day one as well, we saw ruckus and adjournments, and the Parliament was adjourned early on the first day of the winter session and to be convened today on Wednesday. There are several bills that have been planned by the government to be introduced in this session of Parliament. The Banking Amendment Bill is expected to be tabled by the Finance Minister today, which allows multiple nominees for fixed deposits. So several major reforms in that Banking Amendment Bill. But meanwhile, the opposition has been pushing for a discussion on several issues. Yesterday, they had also demanded that there should be 2 days of discussion on the Constitution. This is something that opposition parties had written to the Speaker regarding that they wanted to have a 2-day discussion on the Constitution, given that yesterday, Constitution Day, really saw that the beginning of a year-long celebration around the Constitution. So several issues that have caused
ruckus in Parliament, and we have seen that the opposition has been raising several issues, demanding that discussions take place. The government on its part and ministers, as well as the Prime Minister himself, ahead of the start of the winter session, did appeal to the opposition to allow this session of the winter session to be a very constructive session of Parliament, as several bills have been planned that the government does hope to pass in this session of Parliament, including the Waqf Amendment Bill, which is also an issue that has seen the opposition taking on the government over. An amendment to the Railway Act is also something that has been planned. Well, let's go across now to my colleague Maria Shakil, who joins us from Vijay Chowk on this winter morning, Maria, and Parliament has resumed there, the winter session underway. The Congress this morning has pushed for a discussion on Manipur.
Yes, that's right. And familiar scenes playing out in both the Houses of Parliament. It's about ruckus, it's about pandemonium. There are crucial legislation which has been listed. The opposition's demanding is among the issues that have been demanded by the opposition for discussion is the functioning of EVM machines as well. Although the Supreme Court has said very clearly that when India bloc wins in states, they don't complain about EVM machines. When they lose in states, they complain about the functioning of the EVM machines. So will that really have any kind of resonance in Parliament? Will there be a larger discussion on what the opposition says is inexplicable, number of votes which has been managed by the BJP and Mahayuti in Maharashtra? Let me bring in the guests now. Mahima Singh is joining us of the Congress Party, Aarti Jairath, senior journalist, Shazia Ilmi of the BJP. Shazia Ilmi, the responsibility of running Parliament is with the Treasury benches. Can there be a meeting ground between the two sides? Can the government not see that all demands of opposition on discussion, not all subject or issues that the opposition wants discussion on are unreasonable?
For sure, Maria, there's no dispute on that. In fact, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister has spelled it out very clearly that every topic, every issue, every question will be answered, and we are ready to do that. But if the whole idea is just to create ruckus, just to make sure that there is pandemonium that prevails, and
okay,
just
news
to
coming in now. Just hold on to your thoughts. That Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 12 noon. So let's see when the House resumes. Will it be similar scenes and more disruptions? Yes, Shazia Almi, please continue, ma'am.
Yes, so if the opposition decides, as happened earlier, where there have been so many sessions which were a washout, to pick up something and go on about it and not let any other business happen, then there is very little that the Treasury benches can do. In fact, there was a meeting, and in fact, of all parties, only to ensure a smooth running of the session. But as you know, there are clarifications coming from the big business conglomerate, which the party has been talking about. Issues like Manipur must be discussed. Nobody is running away from that. But the other business also has to be conducted. You have to have many bills, and they're very important bills, whether it's banking amendment bill or others, that they have to be done, or Railway Act, or the airlines review of Airline Safety Act. All those have to be done, and those are very important. So just to harbor and point on one and create pandemonium all day long and have pictures of ruckus coming out of the Parliament is not a sign of a healthy opposition whatsoever. So I think it goes both ways. Yes, and if the opposition has decided.
Okay, point well taken. I mean, there's a lot of conciliation that is being sounded certainly on this broadcast. So Mahima Singh, can the opposition also walk some extra miles here to reach that midpoint or midway between the two sides so that the citizens of India can witness some healthy discussions in Parliament?
Jai Hind, Maria, it would be needless to remind the country and your panel of the 2010 winter session washout and the many likes of that by the BJP and what Mr. Arun Jaitley used to say back then about the duties of the opposition. But let me just start by citing Faiz Jaunpuri's these very relevant lines for the BJP and the NDA. बस्ती में तुम खूब सियासत करते हो, बस्ती की आवाज उठाओ तो जाने. Now you see this NDA, N for no, D for danger, A for Adani. No danger to Adani. This is that government. Mr. Kharge had requested a discussion under Rule 267 at the Parliament, procedurally so. Yet, this government bypasses procedure. You see the sense of urgency, Maria, which is displayed in Lutyens, Delhi when there's a VIP movement, must also reflect in the working of this government at the Parliament. The Parliament is a platform for the opposition to raise the people's voice. The sense of urgency should reflect in discussing issues related to Manipur, Sambal, and Mr. Adani's indictment on foreign soil, which tarnishes India's image. So you see, these are the issues which we have been urging the government to discuss, but the government seemed to have other business on priority, and it is, let me remind, the prerogative of the business
today, this morning, in fact, Adani Greens filed its clarification in the stock exchange, and after that we heard from top legal eagles of India, Mahesh Jethmalani and also former Attorney General Mr. Mukul Rohatgi. They have in detail spoken about how there is no criminal charge against Mr. Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani, who is his nephew, saying clearly that the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, that they have not been charged under that. So I'll come back to you, Mahima, in just a bit. In fact, Pradeep Bhandari of the BJP is joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bhandari, we are seeing familiar scenes play out in Parliament. Of course, the question is, will the House function? But the point that has been made here is also that that Treasury benches has to make an effort to let the House to lend and to be more cooperative with the opposition.
Well, Maria, every minute 2.5 lakh rupees of taxpayers' money is wasted because of disruptions in the Parliament. We agree that consensus is necessary. However, when the Indian opposition parties, in particular Mr. Rahul Gandhi, does not want the House to function, then what do? We are willing to sit across the table. However, Mr. Gandhi wants to bulldoze. Now, remember how they tried to spread this fake news about the indictment of a wealth creator, Mr. Gautam Adani. Now, it's come out that the criminal charges were not against the individuals. So whether it is Rafale, whether it is HAL, whether it is Hindenburg, and now the Adani US controversy, the intention of the Congress party is to just disrupt and spread fake news. Remember the last scenes of the Parliament when Mr. Rahul Gandhi was seen instructing his colleagues in order to run to the well of the House to disrupt the speech of the Parliament. So we question the intent of the Congress party, which is not letting the House function. Even today, this morning, the chair assured the opposition that all their issues will be discussed. However, they continue to disrupt. So what do you do when the Indian opposition is not willing to listen? They are wasting taxpayers' money.
Okay, but the larger okay, so Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both the houses of Parliament adjourned till 12 noon, and we'll see what happens really at 12 noon. So the ruckus has been with regards to what the opposition says are their concerns, and the government of the day. Of course, we'll wait to hear from the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and others as to what their line is. But Pradeep, the larger question is also, after we heard from top lawyers of India talking in details on how there is no charge of obstruction of justice against Mr. Gautam Adani and his nephew. There is no charge under Foreign Corrupt Practices Act against Adani Greens. Then why should this be a subject of discussion in Parliament? Pradeep, if you heard me.
Yes, Maria, the larger question is, where is the Congress party in touch with elements which want to hurt the Indian growth story? The Congress party has issues with Indian wealth creators. The Congress party has issues with the India's infrastructure story. So, well, yes, we charge the Congress party what its real intention is, because what the Congress party speaks is exactly spoken by George Soros and those who want to profit from chaos. Now, even in this case of Mr. Adani, if you recall and remember, all the narrative which was spread by the Congress party has fallen flat. But the larger issue is what's the principle? The core is that India is moving forward and Indian wealth creators are important contributing elements in it. So whether it was Hindenburg, where the Supreme Court passed a judgment which was absolutely contrary to the narrative spread by the Congress party, and now even in the Adani US saga, whatever the Congress party was seeing, all of that turns out to be fake news. So the real intention of the Congress party is to hurt the Indian growth story, to ensure that those who create and contribute to the India's wealth creation, their morale is down. The small and medium investors, their morale is down. Indian stock market, there is confusion. We will not let that happen. And this is where I ask my principal opposition party, Congress party, be a political opponent, but do not tarnish India's economic growth story by targeting wealth creators and spreading confusion without any substance and fact.
Okay, Mahima, will you respond to that?
Indeed, I would. And I would say that, you see, one spokesperson of the BJP was not sufficient. You suddenly had to change the spokesperson or the BJP, whatever it is. But let me just say that, you see, we have seen the whole SEBI saga. We have seen how the government has been protecting the SEBI chief. And right now, I want to thank the BJP spokesperson, in fact, for reassuring, for reinforcing my narrative when I said this is no danger to Adani government. You see, you just said, Maria, that Mr. Adani has filed his response, right? It's like a self-exoneration, and the whole BJP here is bolstering that self-exoneration narrative, bringing in legals to give their views on whatever has been said. It's not a court order that you're talking about on your show when you're talking about Mr. Adani's exoneration. It has to come from the US courts that have indicted Mr. Adani, after which Moody's, reports of Mr. Adani's businesses has gone from stable to negative, after which many countries have withdrawn their contracts with India with Mr. Adani's, the contracts that were given to him. So you see, this is a self-exoneration being bolstered by the no danger to Adani government. And we want a discussion under Rule 267 as requested by Mr. Kharge and the Honorable LOP through the proper procedure at the Parliament. And if that doesn't happen, it only increases the ambiguity around the whole issue, and this double-engine government is indeed responsible for it.
Pradeep, will you respond? I mean, the question is that can there be a meeting ground? I'm emphasizing on that because MPs across parties have been sent to Parliament with a certain degree of responsibility. The people of India expect certain things out of them. And if that is not happening, then both the India bloc or opposition and the Treasury benches are responsible for it.
Well, Maria, the larger point here is that if you recall, the people of India have already given their verdict in Maharashtra. The sole press conference that Mr. Rahul Gandhi did was linking the government of the day to Dharavi and trying to create an impression of wrongdoing in Dharavi. What did the people of Maharashtra teach a lesson to Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who could not be relaunched the 88th time by Mahima and her colleagues? That whatever you are raising is not the raising and is not the issue of the people of India. Remember what they said about Rafale for ages, that it's a big scam. What did the Supreme Court rule on it? What did they say about Hindenburg? What did the Supreme Court rule on it? We cannot waste the time of the Parliament on fake news spread by the Congress party. If Congress party has any substance on merit, it can definitely take the recourse with SEBI, which is investigating the matter. However, here also, if she was speaking about, even here the Department of Justice has not passed an order against an Indian wealth creator. So if I take Mahima's argument forward, even what Congress party is saying is fake news. But my larger charge is, Maria, who is the Congress party in touch with from across the border and across the country, that every time the Indian stock market moves forward, every time the Indian economy moves forward, immediately before a parliament session and after an election result which the Congress party loses, the Congress party tries to spread a fake narrative. It's like a fake narrative, a season which peddles.
Mahima, 30 seconds, and then I bring in Aarti Jairath, who has been extremely patient with this kind of back and forth which is happening between the two. Go ahead.
My gratitude to Ms. Jairath. But while I go ahead with my argument, Maria, it is laughable. You see, first, One spokesperson is not enough. The other one comes to back her up because she's not prepared with the arguments. The second spokesperson comes with a set of arguments, and then those arguments don't do when I say it is self-exoneration. Then he goes to the EVMs. This whole jumping from one issue to the other, running pillar to post in
Maria,
their
I have not
pursuit to
spoken
save
about the
Mr.
EVM part. It
Adani
was the Supreme
from a
Court of
US
India which
court's
told Congress party that
indictment
on the day
is
when you lose the
absolutely
EVM, you claim,
unbecoming
and on the
of the
day you win,
Indian
it is the
government.
EVM which are
This
filed.
is highly unbecoming. This is tarnishing our image further with your channel going on world platforms. People are watching you and they're watching how desperately this government is running pillar to post to save Mr. Adani's name. Mr. Adani is not India. Adani is not India. We will go to any extent to save our country's
Point
interests
being made now
and
by
image.
Aarti Jairat. Aarti Jairat on the screen now. Aarti, the question certainly is, you heard from politicians, will the parliament function? As someone who has been tracking the parliament and its proceedings, will the parliament function? What's your thought on that?
Well, if the last, since yesterday is any indication, it doesn't look like Parliament is going to function once again. And, I think Maria mentioned this the last time we discussed Parliament. There is so much hostility between the opposition and the ruling party that it becomes very, very difficult to find a meeting ground. The ruling party is accusing the opposition of being anti-national and saying that they're in touch with forces that are inimical to India. And the ruling party is saying that, the opposition is raising issues which, are not really to be discussed on the floor of the House. I think what's happening in US courts needs to take its course. And it's only when, that moves further that it can become an issue to be discussed in the House. But certainly as far as Manipur is concerned, I think that is an issue that needs to be discussed. And, somehow I get the feeling it suits both sides if Parliament doesn't function, because then they can blame each other and they can both run away from being exposed or being outdone or being defeated in debates. And, it's just a very nice kind of cover that they have, a shield that they have for themselves, that they don't need to expose themselves, on the floor of the House. They just disrupt it and the House gets adjourned and you don't have a session.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Pradeep Bhandari, Mahima Singh and Aarti Jairat this morning, shifting focus to the news that is coming in from the stock market, where the Adani Greens has filed its clarification or statement with the stock exchange, where they have said that there is no indictment of Gautam Adani, his nephew Sagar Adani and Vineet Jain in the DOJ, which is Department of Justice indictment order, which came in, which has led to a huge furore. The Congress, of course, demanding a JPC on that. The clarification which has come, which has led to also top lawyers of India coming out and explaining how there is no charge on first count. The first count is essentially the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. Mr. Gautam Adani has not been charged under it. It also says that there is no charge under conspiracy or obstruction of justice. There is no bribery which has been indulged in by the company. The charges are largely against the officials of Azure and the CDPQ. Let's bring in Sanjay Asher, who is a senior partner, Crawford, Bailey and Company. We also have, Aman Chug, financial markets and economics guru. Beginning with you, Sanjay, the question is that after this clarification, we have seen that kind of surge which has happened. Yes. Okay, so first let's listen in to what the lawyers said this morning, and then I will go to the guests.
When you look at a charge sheet, you have to be specific to say that so and so has done such and such act, so and so has bribed certain individuals, because this is a charge sheet alleging that these people, including Adani's, have bribed Indian officials in Indian entities relating to supply and purchase of power. but I do not find a single name or a single detail in the charge sheet as to who has been bribed, in what manner has he been bribed, and the official belongs to such and such department. This charge sheet is completely silent. I don't know how one can respond to these kind of charge sheets, but I'm sure the Adanis will take legal opinion, including from American lawyers, etc. It is very important to note that count 1 and count 5 are more important than the others, but in neither in count 1 nor in count 5 is Mr. Adani or his nephew charged. Then there are 2 or 3 other counts relating to securities and bonds. In those 3 counts, the Adanis and others are named. In the last count, which is a very important count, is a count relating to obstruction of justice. In count number 5, obstruction of justice, the Adanis are not named, their officers are not named, but certain other people are named, including a foreign party.
Unless the Congress party puts out in the public domain credible evidence that there has been some wrongdoing in India, there is no need for any inquiry either by any authority in India or for a JPC. You please put out the evidence. You can't blindly follow without application of mind. You only want to create some kind of noise and disrupt Parliament. This disruption of Parliament on such, it's not even flimsy evidence. It's non-evidence. There is no evidence. Congress is reading too much into this indictment, and they are doing it for purely political purposes, and they have been aided, as is revealed by the timing of this leak, this indictment, by the democratic deep state. ये इसका जो टाइमिंग है, और आप देखते हैं कि जैसे भी ये न्यूज़ आता है अदानी के खिलाफ, हिंडनबर्ग द्वारा, अब ये इंडाइटमेंट द्वारा, हमेशा उसके बाद थोड़े टाइम के लिए अदानी ग्रुप का लॉस होता ही है. He is an industrialist who has executed many projects very successfully, both in India and abroad, in infrastructure, of which we should be proud of. Now, don't rush to condemn him blindly following a US indictment. You are behaving like the local agents of a foreign power that has an interest in stopping India's economic growth and undermining economic policies, our growth story, and our stock markets.
Sanjay Asher is joining us. Sanjay, thank you so much for joining us. Now that the clarification has been, sent by the Adani Greens to the stock exchange, do you think this issue will be put to rest? It's very clearly saying that there is no charge against the senior management of the conglomerate by the Department of Justice of the United States.
Yeah, it should be put to rest now. But obviously, it's a process as far as the US court is concerned. So the due process will have to be followed, and then it will come to rest. Good part of it is that since Mr. Adani, both Mr. Gautam Adani and Mr. Sagar Adani, as also Mr. Vinit Jain, have not been charged with counts number 1 to 5. I think that's the good part of the entire issue. And so I'm sure that this will come to an end. If not sooner, it will come to an end quite soon now.
Okay, but talking about this entire nature of, the point that has been made here, that on first count, which is the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, they have not been charged. They have also not been charged with regards to the obstruction of justice. There is no bribery which is involved here. And the charges are essentially against Azure officials. So, the point is that there is some kind of miscommunication or misreading which has happened of that document, and which led to this kind of dip in the Adani shares over the last, in fact, last week.
Sorry, ma'am, this question, is it rooted to me?
Sanjay, if you heard me. Yes, Sanjay, if you heard me.
Yes, I mean, if there has been, because of this misreading or because of this miscommunication, if the market has taken it otherwise, and there is a fall in the Adani stock, obviously, huge amount of loss has been incurred, not only by the wholesale investors, but also by the retail investors, which is a very sad thing, and which is absolutely a blow below the belt as far as the small investors are concerned. And obviously, there has to be some action which has to be taken in relation to this particular communication, by which the market has lost on the Adani stock huge amount of money, and all the brunt has been faced by the small investors.
All right, we also have Aman Chug on this. Aman, the small investors have suffered losses. Now we are seeing that confidence which is being shown by the investors in this particular conglomerate. There is a great degree of fundamentals which are at play here, strong fundamentals. But let's look at what happens now after that filing which has happened by the Adani Group in the stock exchange.
Namaskar, Haji. It was already very much clear that these were all conspiracy charges. In fact, the express word which was being used was they are all conspiracy charges. And I think since it has got cleared as of now, so the markets will again pull back. Although I would also try to make everyone understand that the small investors, particularly in retail, they do not take any positions in terms of on short side or a long side through derivatives. They are majorly invested through cash markets. So I don't think they would have taken up losses in terms of the temporary jolt in the Adani stocks. However, having said that, obviously a lot of pullback has been happening and a lot of funds outflow has been happening from Indian economy, Indian markets, which is trying to pull down the markets, and that could lead to losses to the larger players in the market who are playing in F&Os, etc. A lot of pullback further is also expected out of the foreign portfolio investors and the FIIs from Indian markets, because this is more of a planned assault on Indian markets and Indian economy. And a lot of articles will be coming up in the meanwhile, stating that Chinese market or the Chinese economy will flourish from here, so that the people could route their money from Indian markets into China, or maybe Indian markets into US markets as well. But I would like to caution our investors out in India, don't get stuck with these type of articles, and do not get glued to maybe moving out of your money from Indian markets into the US markets as such. We are robust. We are almost $5.5 trillion. And
okay,
we are still growing.
Yes, we are a resilient economy, a growing economy, the fastest growing economy. All eyes are on the India growth story. And that is the reason why you heard from Illegal Eagles of India, Sanjay, which came out to say that they have read the documents, they have read the filing of all those 45 pages to make their views known as an independent counsel. They think it's important to specify what is being miscommunicated and an incorrect reading of an indictment.
Do I have to answer, or Sanjay ji has to answer?
Yes, Sanjay.
Yes, since it is an incorrect reading of whatever communication has been made, and now that the things are quite clear or reasonably clear to say that, look, count number 1 to 5 are not against Mr. Gautam Adani, Mr. Sagar Adani, or Mr. Vinay Jain, that helps a lot. And as Mr. Rohatgi and Mr. Jetmalani articulated, that look, whatever allegations, whatever charges they have made are half-baked, and that should not hold any water as far as from a legal perspective is concerned. So having said all of this, it's a process, but we will have to see as to how this entire dust is now settled and things are clearer, which over a period of time we will come to know. But overall, it's a good news that count number 1 to 5 are not on Mr. Gautam Adani, Mr. Sagar Adani, or Mr. Vinit Jain. And things are quite clear now.
Okay, a word now from you, Mr. Chugh, and then we wrap up this segment.
I think if we go back 1 year back, in January 2023 as well, a similar type of allegation was being framed by Hindenburg. And at that point of time also, Adani was to raise certain funds through its bond market. And if you do remember, Qatar Investment Authority had invested a stake into Credit Suisse in January 2023. And in February 2023, the Credit Suisse wealth arm assigned zero value to Adani bonds. And similarly, now Adani was again about to raise money from the US markets. And again, this type of allegation has come. So it is more towards timing when Adani has to raise money for the strategic investments which Adani has to be doing in maybe investment in Sri Lanka, Haifa port in Israel, even in Greece, or maybe recently in Bataan of Philippines, because these are all strategic locations for Indian geopolitical territory. And I think geopolitics is getting connected with the financial markets and the economic policies per se. And more towards one more angle would be Bangladeshi government led by Mr. Yunus, who has been put onto the government by Mr. Biden. And maybe Adani was asking for the money on the electricity dues, which they were not able to pay. So some sort of maybe conspiracy charges have been allegated upon Adani Group so that they could maybe do away with those electricity dues as well. So I think it is more of a deep state mafia being playing rather than anything to be on the grassroots for the investors to be worried about.
Okay, why do you say that there is deep state? You know, because that's what also Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani said, that there seems to be larger conspiracy because India is a bright spot being looked at by all investors very, very favorably. And that is the reason why these charges keep coming.
Deep state was already there, but I think it has become more active maybe in the recent times because the present government in India is not getting into the clutches of the deep state, what they want us to be doing. And I think they are trying to sabotage the reputation of Indian economy through one financial markets assault, which has been happening with the markets through Adani Group and all and similar companies. Then second is maybe creating a civil unrest type of a situation within Indian economy as well. And then third, like recently, the Biden government had also given some $100 million to Pakistan to be sponsoring terrorism in Raisi area, which is rich with lithium reserves, so that Indian economy does not flourish with this lithium reserves, which has been newly found out. So I think till Trump takes the oath, these all situational challenges will increase. And I think in the next 3 to 4 months, we'll further see a lot of further steps with the deep state to maybe create some sort of challenges for the present government to continue even. And I would say George Soros is just a part of the wider deep state.
Yes. Okay, but both, this is a question to both of you, Sanjay and Mr. Chugh. How are you looking at the short-term to long-term or mid-term, I would say, impact on the Adani portfolio because of now the clarification having been issued? There is a lot of, excitement right now today. But what about the entire mid-term if we were to look at a long-term period?
If we have to look at the markets per se, we need to also understand as a retail investor that we need to identify which stocks are in bull house and which stocks are in bear house. Certain stocks, including Reliance Adani Group stocks, might also turn out to be in the bear house while they are fundamentally strong companies. So as of now, Reliance, Adani, Tata, these are all fundamentally strong companies, but they are falling in the bear house. So that means in bear house means any rise in price is to book profit and not to stay long-term invested as of now. Although I per se see that maybe some other stocks like Coforge, Coromandel, they are doing wonderful and they are in the bull house. So in the next maybe 2 months or so, a lot of volatility will be seen in the Indian markets and also on the large companies per se, Reliance, Tata's, even Adani's, etc. So I think investors need to be booking their profits as soon as the pullback comes in the market.
In my view, short-term,
medium-term,
long-term.
for joining us, Sanjay. Yes, Mr. Chugh, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I think Sanjay ji.
I'm only saying that short term, medium term, and long term, all the three, it's good for Adani stock, unless there is a black swan event which suddenly comes up as far as which affects the entire economy or the entire world. But otherwise, the retail investors have now also understood that such news do come up, but there is no meat in those news. There is no challenge in those news, and therefore they are not going to get scared in continuing to hold Adani stock, whether in short term, medium term, or long term. At the same time, they will keep investing in Adani stock, in my view.
All right, Sanjay and Mr. Chugh, thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us details and throwing perspective on that story. Both the Houses of Parliament have been adjourned to 12 noon. We'll see what happens at 12 noon when the Houses reconvene. With that, it's a wrap from me at Vijay Chowk. Back to you in the studio.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has said converting to a religion to derive benefits of reservation without any actual belief would only defeat the social ethos of the policy of reservation and would amount to fraud on the Constitution. On Tuesday, the bench dismissed a plea by C. Selvarani against the Madras High Court's order of January 24, 2023, seeking a direction to the district authorities to issue a scheduled caste community certificate. The court said in the instant case that the evidence presented clearly demonstrated that the appellant professes Christianity and she's actively practiced the faith by attending church regularly, even as she claimed reconversion to Hinduism. Thereby, the Supreme Court upheld the Madras High Court decision denying the scheduled caste certificate. Rains lashed several parts of Tamil Nadu on Tuesday, and the deep depression over the southwest Bay of Bengal is likely to intensify into cyclone Fengal later today. Parts of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry are bracing for heavy to very heavy rainfall and the possibility
of Cyclone Bengal, a name proposed by Saudi Arabia. A red alert has been issued in Nagapattinam and Tiruvarur districts. The state government is ready to face the rain, said Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, as he requested the public to be safe while going out. NDTV Sam Daniel sent us this report from Elliott Beach.
There's a red alert for 5 delta districts of Tamil Nadu since there is a deep depression over the Bay of Bengal which is likely to intensify into a cyclone today. The extremely heavy rainfall alert by the Met has been given to districts including Nagapattinam, Mayiladurai, Thiruvarur, Kadalur and Viluppuram. Already a rain holiday has been declared for schools and colleges in these districts besides the adjoining Puducherry. Till 5:30 this morning, Nagapattinam alone has received up to 16 centimeters rain and Thiruvarur up to 9.6 centimeters rain, and it could touch 20 centimeters during the course of the day. That's the forecast by Met. In Chennai and other coastal areas across Tamil Nadu, there could be heavy rainfall from today till Saturday. Some evacuations have been made in districts like Tiruvarur. We await official information in terms of the numbers. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reviewed the situation in terms of the wind situation. The Met Office says the wind speeds could touch between 60 and 80 kilometers an hour and sometimes 90 kilometers. The sea in Chennai is extremely choppy. Fishermen have moved their boats from the shoreline to a higher ground. There is a tractor here which is being deployed to pull these boats from the shoreline to a higher ground so that they are quite safe. Sometimes when there is heavy winds, these boats get collided, suffering damages. They're trying to avert that. Fishermen have been advised to not venture into the sea, and those who are in the sea to get back to the shores soon. The state government says it has got enough number of shelters ready, enough number of boats to move people, to rescue people from low-lying pockets, besides having enough number of JCBs, generators and tree cutters. Senior bureaucrats assigned as monitoring officers for these delta districts have reached there already. They are monitoring the situation. It's not clear yet where exactly the cyclone would make its landing. The Met Office says they are closely keeping a tab. In terms of Chennai, yesterday there was moderate rainfall. Many low-lying pockets in Chennai were inundated. Waterlogging was there. The Chennai Corporation has deployed motor pumps, heavy-duty motor pumps in chronic spots, low-lying spots to be able to pump waters out.
A Bangladeshi court denied bail to prominent Hindu leader Chinmoy Krishna Das Brahmachari, arrested on sedition charges, and sent him to prison, triggering protests yesterday by the community members in various locations, including the capital Dhaka and the port city of Chattogram. A protest broke out demanding Das's release in different districts, including Dhaka, Chattogram, Khulna and Dinajpur, according to reports in the media there in Bangladesh. Now, the BJP has announced a series of agitations in West Bengal and along the state's India-Bangladesh border to demand the release of Chinmoy Krishna Das, who was arrested on Monday. Senior Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi also reacted to the arrest, saying Bangladesh is being run by radicals. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Madhubala, a 16-year-old elephant in Pakistan who was in solitary confinement at Karachi Zoo, was shifted to a safari park. The elephant was moved in a container from Karachi Zoo to a safari park and will soon be reunited with her family members.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city Mumbai
to the seat of governance Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
And in Maharashtra, the opposition to launch this movement against EVMs, the BJP hitting back saying, why didn't the MVA question Lok Sabha results and why are they questioning the state results? And the suspense continues as far as who will be the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. No decision taken so far. There seems to be no rush in order to take that decision. But it is the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena faction that's saying despite majority, Mahayuti cannot decide. And the BJP sources are saying that they are in no rush to form the government, to which the MVA is raising questions. And on day 3 of the winter session of the Parliament, the opposition ruckus continues in the Parliament. Both houses had been adjourned, while it is the Lok Sabha adjourned till about 12 o'clock, but Rajya Sabha adjourned till tomorrow. The Adani Group has clarified Chairman Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani have not charged with any violations of the United States Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in the bribery case. Indictment filed by the US authorities calling media reports on this as incorrect in its latest stock exchange filing. And top lawyers rubbish the charges of the United States against the Adani Group. Mukul Rohatgi says that no details about the bribery in the charge sheet, while Mahesh Jethmalani says that the Congress is playing up the indictment for politics. And the conversion for benefits is fraud on the Constitution is what the Supreme Court has said while upholding the Madras High Court's order on conversion for quota. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatva. We have a whole lot lined up for you. Starting with, it is the Mahayuti versus the MVA in the state of Maharashtra, this time around over EVMs. Now, the Mahavikas Aghadi has cried foul over the result of the state elections as far as the EVMs are concerned, and they are now planning an anti-EVM campaign. While Maharashtra's BJP's jibe comes about at the opposition post that order, saying, why didn't the MVA question the results of the Lok Sabha? Why are they questioning the results of the assembly elections in the state of Maharashtra? The top court junking that anti-EVM plea, the plea that sought the return to paper ballots. Well, the MVA alleging that there was irregularities in the state elections as far as the EVMs are concerned, which is why they are demanding, in fact, they're going to go ahead and stage that protest. It is the MVA that's planning to take the issue to court. Uddhav Thackeray Sena planning a protest over the misuse as far as the EVMs are concerned, with Sharad Pawar suggesting forming a legal team.
महाराष्ट्र में ये 5 महीना पहले 5 माह पूर्व जो चुनाव हुए लोकसभा के, उनके 31 सांसद चुन के आए, 2 अपक्ष। तब क्यों नहीं ईवीएम पर सवाल खड़ा किया? तब ईवीएम बराबर थी, तब ईवीएम खराब नहीं थी। अब उनका नांदेड़ में सांसद चुन के आया अभी बाई इलेक्शन में, तो तब ईवीएम खराब नहीं है। उनके बाकी अभी विधायक चुन के आए, वहाँ ईवीएम खराब नहीं है। देखिए बवंडर खड़ा कर रहे, और ये बवंडर से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, उल्टा आत्मपरीक्षण करना चाहिए। तो ईवीएम का कोई दोष नहीं है।
And to get more on this, we have my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, this comes about on the heels of the Supreme Court refusing to entertain a plea seeking, that voting be done again through paper ballots. Of course, it's the MVA crying foul, saying that, there was a lot of discrepancies when it came to the EVMs, wanting for this thing to be taken to court. In fact, it is the Uddhav Thackeray faction that is planning to take this to court, while Sharad Pawar is suggesting forming of legal teams. So, of course, this comes on the heels of the Supreme Court. They're refuting to entertain that plea seeking that voting be done again through paper ballots. Do remember Sanjay Raut had also gone on to talk about the EVM issues in terms of the state elections, and which is why the Maha Vikas Aghadi now are raising that issue all over again. Uddhav Thackeray faction, they're saying that they will go to court with this. They're in fact planning to hold a demonstration against the misuse of the EVMs, and they are saying that that is the reason why they lost the elections in the state. But it is the BJP hitting back at the Maha Vikas Aghadi, saying that why is it that you are talking about EVM tampering only when you lose, not when you win? And why is it that they weren't questioning this when it came to the Lok Sabha elections? And to get more on this, Radhika with us. Radhika, take us through, what is the MVA saying and how is the BJP hitting back?
That's right. Maharashtra opposition has decided to launch a campaign against electronic voting machines. Several of the leaders blaming EVM tampering. In fact, credibility of the entire election and counting process has been questioned by the opposition soon after the defeat, be it Sanjay Raut or Uddhav Thackeray from Sena or even Sharad Pawar from NCP. They are in fact planning to launch this campaign or movement against EVMs legally and on the ground as well. What we are hearing is that they will call for verification of EVMs and VVPATs units across several districts in which the candidates were defeated, because several of these defeated candidates did speak to the top leaders, including Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, and raise their concerns on how there is discrepancy between the counting of votes as well as the polling, and there is mismanagement as well as irregularity when it comes to these machines, is something that several of these defeated candidates have informed these leaders. Therefore, they have come up with a plan to launch a campaign against them, against the EVMs, and also go ahead and start the process of verification, and perhaps may also take legal route. What we're hearing is that Sharad Pawar is in touch with the legal team, both at the state as well as national level, to address this issue. So yes, it is gaining momentum as far as the opposition is concerned. They've hardly won 50 votes, and that has raised a lot of questions. And now the opposition leaders really questioning the integrity and the use and alleged misuse of EVMs as far as assembly elections are concerned.
Right. Of course, when we talk about Sanjay Raut, who had alleged there are several complaints about EVMs malfunctioning, questioning the integrity as far as the recent elections are concerned. And also it is, like we mentioned, Sharad Pawar there, who has decided to form a legal team to analyze allegations that the machines were tampered with. Thank you so much, Radhika. Stay on with us for our next story. And of course, that is the suspense that continues as far as the seat of Maharashtra is concerned. Who is going to take on the leadership role when it comes to the seat of the Chief Minister. Mahayuti seems to be in no hurry in order to take that final call, with Eknath Shinde there tendering his resignation as the Chief Minister, playing the role of the caretaker Chief Minister for the meantime. Of course, the last day of the current assembly with no words yet as far as the successor, while both Sena and the NCP have held legislative party meets and chosen its leaders. The BJP is yet to hold their legislative party meeting, and it's the BJP leaders who are firmly backing Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister, and Sena is pushing for Shinde to retain his post as the Chief Minister and to come back for another term. Meanwhile, Shiv Sena UBT leader Sanjay Raut took a jibe at the Mahayuti NDA alliance. He went on to say that despite getting a massive majority, they have not decided on the face of the Chief Minister. They have not even formed the government. He further went on to say that the UBT Sena was hopeful to form a government, and they were told that if they are unable to form the government by the 26th of November, the presidential rule will be imposed. So he is asking as to why is the presidential rule not in place already in the state of Maharashtra since the government hasn't been formed. Let's listen in.
देखिए, उनको भारी बहुमत मिला है, फिर भी 6-7 दिन हो गए, मुख्यमंत्री या सरकार नहीं बन पा रही है। उसका मतलब क्या हम समझ सकते हैं? हमें कहा गया था, जब हमें सरकार बनाने का हमें एक आशा लग रही थी, तो हमें कहा गया था 26 के बाद अगर सरकार नहीं बनी तो महाराष्ट्र में राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाया जाएगा। क्या? तो अभी लगाइए राष्ट्रपति शासन, सरकार नहीं बन रही है।
Anuj joining us to get us more on this. Anuj, why is the decision taking so long? I mean, why they seem to be in no rush and no hurry to form the government or to announce the face of the Chief Minister of the state?
You know, although the Mahayuti might not want to accept it openly, but then there clearly is some sort of a healthy rift, is what many would like to call it, between Shinde Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party over the top position here in the state. And this was unexpected lines, because if you talk about the pre-poll discussions, you know, according to both the parties, no word was given by Home Minister Amit Shah while the strategy was being put down for this election as far as the position of Chief Ministership is concerned. But it was, you know, it was considered that a party which would have a bigger majority or, you know, bigger strike rate would have a better chance of forming or having their own Chief Minister. And considering that the Bharatiya Janata Party, you know, won the election with a strike rate of close to 90%, meant that the cadre and of course the RSS wanted the BJP to have their own Chief Minister, given the fact that there wasn't a BJP Chief Minister even in the last 5 years, although theirs has been the single largest party in the state. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is currently an interim Chief Minister, you know, a caretaker Chief Minister rather, because he tendered his resignation yesterday, is trying his best at multiple levels to push for the top post yet again. He's very well aware of the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party needs that support of the Shiv Sena party, of the Shinde faction of Shiv Sena, at least till the BMC elections. We see that BMC election is going to be a crucial point in this particular state's political trajectory, especially in the next 1 year or so, because the opposition will try to mobilize and assemble their troops together to try and give it a very hard shot, and especially Shiv Sena UBT will be trying their luck out there. And that is where, you know, BJP will be needing someone like Shinde, who has a very good hold on the ground and has got a very favorable opinion of himself in most of the districts of Maharashtra as compared to the other Mahayuti leaders. At the same time, we see that Shinde faction, although it has gotten lesser strike rate as compared to the other two partners, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Ajit Pawar faction of NCP, it has still managed to get, you know, 57 MLAs, which is one more than what the erstwhile United Shiv Sena got. So yes, he is in a very favorable position when it comes to, you know, optics, but then when you talk about simple numericals or mathematics, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who are in the driver's seat while determining the seat of the Chief Ministership. What they've been, you know, according to several news sources, what we are also learning is that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also been offered, you know, a cabinet ministry or a union ministry, and along with, of course, a deputy chief ministership as well. But nothing of this has been confirmed either by the party or by the close allies of these leaders. So yes, waiting game is still on. The delay is continuing, and that is just giving the opposition more chance to come down heavily on the Mahayuti government, especially after them having receiving the biggest mandate that any alliance has received in the history of Maharashtra.
Right, Anuj, a lot of action seen outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. A lot of people from the party, a lot of members there to hold a meeting yet again. Meetings on meetings, and there, you know, Sanjay Raut attacking the Mahayuti there, saying, why is the presidential rule not in place?
Well, yes, you see, right after the election results, we saw the meeting started happening at three important centres. Firstly, it was Varsha, then, of course, Sagar Bungalow, first being the official residence of the Chief Minister, then the official residence of Devendra Fadnavis, and then, of course, Devgiri, residence of Ajit Pawar. But it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which has not had the official meeting of their members of Legislative Assembly yet. And that is going to be crucial, because when is it that they're actually planning to meet all their MLAs? Is it after Devendra Fadnavis is officially named as the CM, or is it going to happen in the next couple of days? Will be interesting to see. But most of these leaders who are making their way to Varsha, making their way to Sagar, is also an indicator of the fact that it is Devendra Fadnavis who is indeed in a better position to be the next Chief Minister. And all of these leaders from different parties, right? People who are queuing outside Sagar are not necessarily from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but we saw several leaders from Shiv Sena and also NCP be there, and it's basically leaders trying to lobby for some important positions in the Mahayuti 2.0 government of sorts. And that is how we know that it is Devendra Fadnavis indeed who is in a driver's seat. But this decision will be taken in Delhi, and that we know for sure. Of course, it has been delayed because of several reasons. Firstly, because the talks between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis and the two factions are still on. Secondly, we're seeing that the winter session is on in Delhi, which is why the kind of mediation that was expected to happen with the help of Amit Shah has still not happened. We saw Devendra Fadnavis, he was present in Delhi a couple of days ago, but he was there, according to him, purely for personal reasons. He was there for a marriage and not for political reasons. But all of these factors, the way this entire wind is blowing in the last couple of days, suggest that it is indeed going to be Devendra Fadnavis who is in the most favourable position to become the next Chief Minister of the state, especially with him and his party having close to 132 MLAs, which is just 13 less than what it needs for any party to form a clear majority. And of course, they've also gotten the backing of Ajit Pawar faction of NCP as well. So in all likeliness, it is Devendra Fadnavis becoming the next Chief Minister. But it will be interesting to see how far does Eknath Shinde take this entire equation, this entire tug of war. Is it actually for the position of Chief Ministership, or is it some important portfolios that he wants for his own party or for himself? Is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. But as I said before, more the delay, more will be there, number of chances for the opposition to attack, who are trying to be very aggressive against the, Mahayuti government or against the Bharatiya Janata Party on the issue of electronic voting machine. And now the delay in naming the Chief Minister will also add up to, the opposition criticizing the government even more.
Right, appeasement politics that, of course, are trying to, come up with that name of the Chief Minister. As you said, it's the BJP backing Devendra Fadnavis, while the Shinde faction is, of course, backing Eknath Shinde to come back in that seat, and, of course, also willing to offer, from what we're hearing from our sources, is the role of a union minister. Let's just also now get you the very latest, switching tracks now to more news coming in. It's the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, today spoke about the laws to check vulgar content on social media. He replied to questions asked by the Lok Sabha member Arun Govil during the question hour in the Lok Sabha regarding laws to check abusive content. It is the IT minister who's gone on to say that foreign content doesn't match with our culture.
माननीय सांसद महोदय ने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाया है। जिन ज्योग्राफी से, जिन कंट्रीज से सोशल मीडिया के ये प्लेटफॉर्म्स निकले हैं, वहाँ की सेंसिटिविटी और अपने देश की सेंसिटिविटी में बहुत बड़ा फर्क है। और ये इस तरह का डिबेट आज दुनिया के करीब हर देश में, इसीलिए मेरा निवेदन है माननीय अध्यक्ष जी कि जो अपनी पार्लियामेंट की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी है वो भी इस विषय को उठाए और इस विषय पे समाज में कंसेंसस हो और उसमें और कड़े कानून बने।
And Vasudha joining us to get us more on this. Vasudha, Ashwini Vaishnav there talking about how international content, this vulgar content on social media, there needs to be a crackdown on this, and it's the Parliament Standing Committee that must take up this issue.
Absolutely, Divya. If you look at what Ashwini Vaishnav, who's also the INB minister and also the IT minister, said today, it's very important. He said that most of these video streaming platforms originate from countries in the West where the cultural values are different from what India has. And this is in line with what the ministry has also been doing. Ashwini Vaishnav made this important intervention speaking in the Lok Sabha while replying to Meerut MP Arun Govil's question. And he said that the standing committee of the parliament with respect to IT OTT Matters needs to take this up, and they need to build a consensus on this. They also need to, see what the Indian society wants, and clearly this is all aligned with what the ministry has been doing in the last few years. Remember that the INB ministry has also been having extensive consultations with OTT platform owners. They've also been talking to producers to, to put a stop on vulgar and obscene content, which they feel is dangerous to the Indian society, specifically to children and young adults. In fact, in March earlier this year, the INB ministry also blocked around 13 OTT platforms because they had content which was not seen as appropriate for viewing of for Indian audience. So this is an attempt by the Indian government to ensure that OTT content is not just legally compliant with India, but also culturally and socially compliant with the Indian context. So that's why Ashwini Vaishnav has said this, and I know from my sources that the ministry is already in the process of rehauling the entire regulatory framework of the laws that govern the content on OTT platforms. Remember that there are 2021 laws, the IT laws that came into force, which have been challenged. That puts in place a 3-level grievance mechanism for anyone who finds this content vulgar. But at the same time, there's also IT Act of 2000, and what the ministry wants to do is ensure that there is strong regulation. But of course, what I also know is that there are no outright bans which are being planned. But of course, there's a lot of consultation, deliberation, discussion with OTT content makers, OTT platform owners, and most importantly, it remains to be seen if OTT platforms will have something like a pre-certification, which we already have in the realm of movies in the form of the CBFC or the Certification Board for films.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us with those details. And it was day 3 of the winter session of the Parliament with ruckus that erupted in the House. The proceedings in both houses have been adjourned for the day after opposition MPs raised slogans inside the Parliament with the Congress there wanting debate as far as the Constitution is concerned, and also raking up issues in regard to the Manipur situation. So the government was to table the Banking Laws Amendment Bill, and the government was to also table the bill to amend the Railway Act, but it is both the houses that have now been adjourned till tomorrow. It is Samajwadi Party's MP Dimple Yadav who also raised the question in regard to the riots in Sambal. And switching tracks now to get you the very latest in regard to the Adani Green Energy that's issued a clarification saying that Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are clear of all bribery charges as per the US Department of Justice. In an exchange filing, the Adani Green has said that news published by various media houses on the bribery and corruption charges against Adani officials is incorrect.
There is a big conspiracy to destabilize India's economy because Mr. Adani has big stake. He has so much investment in India, and so much industries are moving. And not only he is investing in India, in foreign countries, he has announced the name of India, and it has become jealous of some political parties as well as foreign agencies who want to destabilize India. Because under Modi government, they could not defeat at border, they could not create internal problems, and Indian economy is growing. So to stop this, such type of allegations are made.
And punching holes in the allegations against the Adani Group, senior lawyer and former Attorney General of India, Mukul Rohatgi, said that the group's founder chairman, Gautam Adani, and his nephew have not been accused of bribery or also obstructing justice in the United States. The senior lawyer addressed the media to counter misleading news reports of the US, this is the Department of Justice. Well, he went on to say that, the Adanis have not been named. No details about the bribery is in the charge sheet. No details on which officials were bribed is in the charge sheet. Let's listen in.
When you look at a charge sheet, you have to be specific to say that so and so has done such and such act. so and so has bribed certain individuals, because this is a charge sheet alleging that these people, including Adani's, have bribed Indian officials in Indian entities relating to supply and purchase of power. But I do not find a single name or a single detail in the charge sheet as to who has been bribed, in what manner has he been bribed, and the official belongs to such and such department. This charge sheet is completely silent. I don't know how one can respond to these kind of charge sheets, but I'm sure the Adanis will take legal opinion, including from American lawyers, etc. It is very important to note that count 1 and count 5 are more important than the others, but in neither in count 1 nor in count 5 is Mr. Adani or his nephew charged. Then there are 2 or 3 other counts relating to securities and bonds. In those 3 counts, the Adanis and others are named. In the last count, which is a very important count, is a count relating to obstruction of justice. In count number 5, obstruction of justice, the Adanis are not named, their officers are not named, but certain other people are named, including a foreign party.
And let's just also get you what Mahesh Jethmalani, senior lawyer and former Rajya Sabha MP, said that the Congress is reading too much into the indictment against the Adani Group in the United States for purely political purposes. Let's listen in.
Unless the Congress party puts out in the public domain credible evidence that there has been some wrongdoing in India, there is no need for any inquiry either by any authority in India or for a JPC. You please put out the evidence. You can't blindly follow without application of mind. You only want to create some kind of noise and disrupt Parliament. This disruption of Parliament on such, it's not even flimsy evidence. It's non-evidence. There is no evidence. Congress is reading too much into this indictment, and they are doing it for purely political purposes, and they have been aided, as is revealed by the timing of this leak, this indictment, by the democratic deep state. ये इसका जो टाइमिंग है, और आप देखते हैं कि जैसे भी ये न्यूज़ आता है अदानी के खिलाफ, हिंडनबर्ग द्वारा, अब ये इंडाइटमेंट द्वारा, हमेशा उसके बाद थोड़े टाइम के लिए अदानी ग्रुप का लॉस होता ही है. He is an industrialist who has executed many projects very successfully, both in India and abroad, in infrastructure, of which we should be proud of. Now, don't rush to condemn him blindly following a US indictment. You are behaving like the local agents of a foreign power that has an interest in stopping India's economic growth and undermining economic economic policies, our growth story, and our stock markets.
And Adani stocks make a roaring comeback, with Adani stocks shrug off their losses. Adani Energy Solution hits upper circuit and strong buying as far as all Adani stocks are concerned. So Adani Group stocks saw a strong recovery this morning after the statement punched a hole in the US indictment. Shares of the Adani Group companies, including Adani Green Energy Limited, Adani Power Limited and Adani Energy Solution Limited, as well as Adani Enterprise Limited, saw gains in Wednesday's early trade. The gains reached up to 5% after the group clarified that Gautam Adani, Sagar Adani and senior executive Vineet Jain are not facing charges under the US Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Harsh Sethia joining us to get us more on this. All Adani shares are now trading in the green this morning.
Well, yes, they are. There's been a strong bounce back in terms of the way in which they've moved today. And you know, the positive here largely is that they've not opened meaningfully gap up, but as the day has gone by, they've strengthened. So when I'm looking at certain names, and let me quickly highlight a few, Adani Energy is up 10%. Mind you, Adani Energy fell 30% since the 12th or the 16th of November, since all of this has started actually. My apologies, since the 20th of November, since some of these controversies have started, stock has fallen 30, up 10% now. So the recovery is already starting to play out. You also have an Adani Total, which is up 10%. You have an Adani Power, which is doing 9.5% in trade. Adani Green up 8% plus. The flagship companies, that's where a bulk of the move is, even in terms of the index. When you look at it, 7.5% on Adani Enterprises, nearly 4% on Adani Ports as well. So those are index moving stocks also playing their role in terms of the bounce back. And just to kind of highlight also a little bit of rationale as to why possibly an Adani Total Gas is up on 10, why even an Adani Energy Solutions is up 10%. While they had fallen steeply as well, when I'm looking at relative valuations, since 2021, the multiples in that sense are the lowest today. And therefore, you're seeing good bounce back in some of these stocks, justifiably so, because the multiples have just compressed, lowest multiples since 2021 on some of these names.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsh, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels.
Welcome back. While the hearing as far as the bail petition of former West Bengal Education Minister Partha Chatterjee in that money laundering case, the Supreme Court has expressed concerns, speaking about how you can't keep an accused under custody for such a long period without a trial. To get more on this, we have my colleague Sunil joining us. Sunil, Partha Chatterjee has been in custody for almost 2.5 years since his arrest in 2022. Take us through what his lawyer Mukul Rohatgi had to say.
Oh, he had a lot to say and was really defending him and putting a case for, his early bail. And in fact, the Supreme Court was inclined towards that to a great extent, saying that he's been in custody for so long. What is the conviction rate of the Enforcement Directorate? The ASG, of course, had to try to explain a whole lot of issues after, of course, the Calcutta High Court had rejected his bail plea earlier. So now it's in the Supreme Court, and definitely they seem inclined towards granting him relief. We'll have to wait and see in the next hearing what happens in this case.
Right, so he hasn't been granted bail, but it's coming up again now in a week's time from now. Take us through, this particular case. I mean, also, his lawyers highlighted how old he is, above 70 years of age. And it is, of course, the Supreme Court coming down heavily, which we've seen in the past also, saying that bail is the norm and jail is, the exception, and which is what he's gone on to also the court again saying that how can you keep someone in custody without a trial for so long?
That's right. Bail is the rule, jail is the exception. Is a different bench, but Supreme Court saying very categorically on that important point. And it's in that context, of course, those visuals of 2022 were shocking for everybody. The fact that a higher education minister of West Bengal was caught with so much of money, and this was, a kind of a repartee that the ASJ pointed out, that so much of money in one's house. At that time. Why was it done? So all those issues are definitely there. But as you rightly pointed out, this is about granting a man who's above 70 years some kind of relief. And since he has already been nearly 3 years in prison, the Supreme Court inclined towards giving him relief. They have sought replies. And once they hear that matter, I think there will be a finality. But we'll have to wait till that decision is taken.
Right, Sunil, stay with us for the next story as well, and that is the Supreme Court there has said that converting to a religion to derive the benefits of reservation without any actual belief would only defeat the social ethos of the policy of reservation and would amount to fraud on the Constitution. Sunil, take us through the proceedings in court in regard to the conversion for the benefits. Is fraud is what the Supreme Court has gone on to say, fraud on the Constitution.
I think a lot has been read about this judgment. We must put it in context. This is about, religious conversion for trying to gain some kind of benefit. This is a case of a person who was born a Christian, converted to Hinduism to avail of the benefits of scheduled caste. and to get a job opportunity, to which I think the Madras High Court had been very stringent about it and didn't agree with it. And it's in the same context that the Supreme Court has upheld the Madras High Court's decision of doing what it has in terms of how, you can't be converting to get benefits just in terms of jobs. That's really a fraud on religious conversion. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court has upheld and said very categorically, you can't convert, just to suit yourself, but you are a practicing Christian in this case. But definitely, it is an important judgment in this perspective of how you can convert and when you can convert and what benefits you can avail.
Right, Sunil, of course, the Supreme Court, they're upholding the Madras High Court order. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Switching tracks now to Bangladesh, and a Bangladeshi court had denied bail to the prominent Hindu leader Krishnadas Brahmachari, arrested on sedition charges, and sent him to prison, triggering protests by community members in various locations, including the capital of Dhaka. Now, the protests that broke out demanding the release in different districts, including Dhaka and other areas as well. Well, it is the BJP that's announced a series of agitations in West Bengal and along the state of the India-Bangladesh border to demand the release of the Hindu monk who was arrested by the Dhaka police on Monday. A senior Congress leader, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has also reacted to the arrest, saying that Bangladesh is being run by radicals. My colleague Saurabh joining us to get us more on this. Saurabh, take us through these demonstrations that have been planned in order to demand the release of the Hindu monk.
Well, this is not just about Bangladesh. It's now, of course, garnered attention from across the border in India as well. And this is about really protection of minorities in Bangladesh. There have been reports that have been coming in even yesterday evening, where there were threats that were being issued to minority community, especially the Hindu community in Bangladesh. And a lot of this targeting also seems to have been directed towards ISKCON, which is an organization that has worked in terms of, a lot of philanthropic work in Bangladesh itself as well. So this is something that obviously is ongoing, but yesterday also the chief advisor to the Bangladesh interim government, Mohammad Yunus, issued a statement of, promising to uphold communal harmony. The Ministry of External Affairs in India also issued a very strong statement. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Bangladesh has responded to that statement. In India, notable voices like Sri Ravi Shankar, the founder of the Art of Living Foundation, also Pawan Kalyan, all of these personalities, including Congress leader and senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi, all have pointed towards what's going on in Bangladesh, which is the targeting and profiling of a community. And this is something that has also led to protests across the border in neighboring West Bengal, which is where we are. Yesterday also the BJP protested right here at the Legislative Assembly in West Bengal in Kolkata. They're going to hold more protests, and also on Monday there's a protest planned at the Petrapol border with Bangladesh. And this is something that is being organized in response to the targeting of minority communities. And the MEA, the Ministry of External Affairs, has said in the statement that while communities are being targeted, it's unfortunate that those who are raising their voice for legitimate demands like protection of minorities, giving the example of the Hindu monk Chinmay Krishnadas, who's been arrested, they are being arrested, but the perpetrators of attacks against the minority community, the Hindu community in Bangladesh, are still at large. So this is something that, of course, we see playing out with also Mohammad Yunus issuing a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Bangladesh issuing a statement. And there are efforts now to garner more international attention on this issue because there is, of course, this issue of Hindus being targeted in Bangladesh, and there are protests also taking place in neighboring West Bengal and in West Bengal, which is where we are, on this issue of the targeted attacks on the Hindu community in the country of Bangladesh.
Saurabh, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on now to Manipur, where tensions have erupted yet again after a man has gone missing from the army camp. Now, drones, trackers and dogs have been deployed in order to search for the man who's gone missing, and the operations to nab the culprits is what the Chief Minister of the state has gone on to say. So the army that launched that search operation on Tuesday after the 56-year-old man from the Methi community went missing. The missing man is a supervisor for a contractor working with military engineering services, and the disappearance has sparked a widespread anger as well as large number of protesters, mostly women, taking to the streets. Let's listen in to what the Chief Minister, Biren Singh, had to say.
Started from the Jiriban, but it will continue all over the state, not only the Methi area. Those where the arms militant, illegal arms militants operating, the operation will be there.
And let's switch tracks to Tamil Nadu, where very heavy showers are expected because of a weather system that's intensifying into a cyclone. It's a deep depression that's intensifying into a cyclone. It's going to be skirting the coastline of Tamil Nadu as well as Sri Lanka, which is going to be bringing about very heavy showers. It is very windy and rain has started. We have seen rain over the last 2 days and waterlogging in the state of Tamil Nadu. The NDRF teams are on standby. This is a system that is at sea while it's intensifying, while it's brewing at sea. Very heavy showers are expected in the area. To get us a ground report, my colleague Sam Daniel tells us how bad it is as far as the city of Chennai is concerned.
There's a red alert for 5 delta districts of Tamil Nadu since there is a deep depression over the Bay of Bengal, which is likely to intensify into a cyclone today. The extremely heavy rainfall alert by the Met has been given to districts including Nagapattinam, Mayiladurai, Thiruvarur, Kadalur and Viluppuram. Already a rain holiday has been declared for schools and colleges in these districts besides the adjoining Puducherry. Till 5:30 this morning, Nagapattinam alone has received up to 16 centimeters rain and Thiruvarur up to 9.6 centimeters rain, and it could touch 20 centimeters during the course of the day. That's the forecast by Met. In Chennai and other coastal areas across Tamil Nadu, there could be heavy rainfall from today till Saturday. Some evacuations have been made in districts like Thiruvarur. We await official information in terms of the numbers. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reviewed the situation in terms of the wind situation. The Met Office says the wind speeds could touch between 60 and 80 kilometers an hour and sometimes 90 kilometers. The sea in Chennai is extremely choppy. Fishermen have moved their boats from the shoreline to a higher ground. There is a tractor here which is being deployed to pull these boats from the shoreline to a higher ground so that they are quite safe. Sometimes when there is heavy winds, these boats get collided, suffering damages. They're trying to avert that. Fishermen have been advised to not venture into the sea, and those who are in the sea to get back to the shores soon. The state government says it has got enough number of shelters ready, enough number of boats to move people, to rescue people from low-lying pockets, besides having enough number of JCBs, generators and tree cutters. Senior bureaucrats assigned as monitoring officers for these delta districts have reached there already. They are monitoring the situation. It's not clear yet where exactly the cyclone would make its landing. The Met Office says they're closely keeping a tab. In terms of Chennai, yesterday there was moderate rainfall. Many low-lying pockets in Chennai were inundated. Waterlogging was there. The Chennai Corporation has deployed motor pumps, heavy-duty motor pumps in chronic spots, low-lying spots, to be able to pump waters out.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us those details. We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Now, moving on to international news, and it's Israel that's begun a ceasefire in Lebanon after an all-out war with Hezbollah amid global calls for peace in the Middle East. But fighting will continue in Gaza, where Israel has promised to destroy the Palestinian Hamas group. The Israeli cabinet approved the ceasefire deal that was brokered by the United States and by France late last night by a vote of 10-1. Announcing the good news, it was US President Joe Biden who said that ceasefire that has now taken into effect, it has come into effect from 4 o'clock in the morning local time, and it was a new start for Lebanon. During the ceasefire, firing will stop from both sides. An official has gone on to say, however, any violation by Hezbollah would see a forceful retaliation from Israel, is what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had to say. Listen in.
חיזבאללה יפר את הפסקת האש לא רק אם הוא יירה עלינו, הוא יפר את ההסכם גם כשהוא ינסה להתחמש כדי לירות עלינו בעתיד. על כל הפרה שלו נגיב בעוצמה.
We, along with France and others, will provide the necessary assistance to make sure this deal is implemented fully and effectively. Let me be clear. If Hezbollah or anyone else breaks the deal and poses a direct threat to Israel, then Israel retains the right to self-defense consistent with international law, just like any country when facing a terrorist group pledged to that country's destruction. At the same time, this deal supports Lebanon's sovereignty, and so it heralds a new start for Lebanon, a country that I've seen most of over the years, a country with rich history and culture.
Right, we have Ghazali joining us to get us more on this. Ghazali, what has been said by Benjamin Netanyahu is that even if he sees people who are going to be arming themselves, that will also be a violation of the terms and conditions. Take us through what the terms really are.
See, the Israeli cabinet has not, or even the United States or Lebanon has not yet revealed the entire deals of what is there in the ceasefire, but largely the bigger major points are that one, that Hezbollah will have to be disarmed, and that entire area 30 kilometers near the Israeli border will be occupied by the Lebanese army. Besides that, it is also one of the conditions in the ceasefire that Hezbollah will have to disarm itself, and Israel will still have the right to defend itself if and when, as and when it feels that if Hezbollah still poses that kind of threat, it is, and Israel is compelled to attack, then Israel will have all the right to attack those targets in Lebanon. Since yesterday, even after Joe Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu announced that a ceasefire deal has been achieved with Lebanon or with Hezbollah, the attacks continued on the urban areas, in the central areas of Beirut city, and there was complete chaos in the city despite the announcement of ceasefire. But since morning, there has been no aerial attack or aerial bombardments in Beirut. But all eyes are now that whether this ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah will inspire the stakeholders to also look for a ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza, because that is the center point of this entire conflict. And some of the sources in the Middle East who are in touch with the leaders of Hamas have confirmed that even Hamas has shown interest that it will go for a ceasefire as and when US and other parties like Egypt, Qatar, and other Middle Eastern players push for it. But as of now, that's a big relief for the citizens of Lebanon that Israel has agreed for a ceasefire and there will be no further attacks. But there is a catch, because Israel has been allowed to leave Lebanese territory in the next 2 months. That's 60 days from today. And by after 2 months, we all know that by January 20th, perhaps President Trump will be in office. He is the president-elect right now, but he has also shown a kind of confidence and has shown his national security advisor has also kind of issued a statement saying that it is due to the impact of Trump's victory that all the parties in the conflict have agreed for ceasefire. So now all eyes will be on Israeli army, that how they behave and react for the ceasefire, since they are already occupying the territory of Lebanon. And it will have to be seen that whether or how soon Israel will deoccupy or leave the territory of Lebanon after the ceasefire has been activated early morning today.
Right. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for breaking it down for us as to what are really the terms and conditions of that ceasefire. Moving on to sports news now, and it's Olympics bronze medalist Bajrang Punia, who has been suspended for 4 years by the National Anti-Doping Agency for refusing to provide a urine sample during the selection trials for the national team. The suspension means that Bajrang Punia will not be able to return to competitive wrestling and apply for a coaching job abroad if he aspires to. two. The first, he was suspended by, back in April for the offence, following which the world governing body, UWW, had also suspended him. Bajrang had appealed against the provisional suspension. He also had joined the Congress party along with fellow wrestler Vinesh Fogart and was given charge of the All India Kisan Congress. So now this decision has been taken. He has been suspended for 4 years. The wrestler has been suspended by NADA, and this is a suspension for failing to give that test sample before the trials. And let's just switch tracks now to Pakistan. And following the government crackdown, the PTI had to call off its Islamabad protests for the first time being. Imran Khan's party had to stop the protests after 6 people were killed in the unrest. The party released a statement on social media platform X saying it is calling off the protests for now. The protests ended following a day of clashes between security forces and protesters in the city's red zone that ended in the party leadership's hasty retreat. The late last night retreat by the PTI leadership included Imran Khan's wife, Bushra Bibi, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the Chief Minister Ali Amin, as well as that came after what was really heard was that the protesters to go home and have dinner and to return back tomorrow in the early hours of Wednesday. A press release shared by the party on its official X account read, in view of the government's brutality and the government's plan to turn the capital into a slaughterhouse for unarmed citizens, they announced the suspension of the peaceful protests for just the time being. And with that, let's just also get you a jumbo reunion. We're talking about elephant Madhubala, who reunited with her family, reuniting with sisters after 15 years. Well, with that, we are wrapping this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Reunion there of elephant Madhubala reuniting with her sisters after 15 years. She has been shifted to the safari park in Karachi.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, both houses of parliament adjourned after ruckus over several issues. Also, the suspense over the Maharashtra chief minister continues. All that and more. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says there's a need to make existing laws more stringent to curb vulgar content on social media platforms. After the issue raised by BJP member Arun Govil, he said the matter should be taken up by the Parliamentary Standing Committee. The Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi has decided to wage a war against EVMs. The MVA leaders plan a campaign seeking the removal of electronic voting machines from the voting process and a return to ballot papers. This after their massive defeat in the Maharashtra Assembly elections. The suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues even 4 days after the election results. Uddhav Sena taunts despite majority. The Mahayuti can't decide. BJP sources say no rush to form government. Sena sources say that they want Eknath Shinde to return. The Adani Group clarifies Chairman Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani have not been charged with any violations of the United States Foreign Corporate Practices Act in the bribery case indictment filed by US authorities, are calling media reports on this as incorrect in the latest stock exchange filing. Top lawyers rubbish the US charges against Adani Group. Mukul Rohatgi says that there are no details in the charge sheet about the bribery, while Mahesh Jethmalani says the Congress are playing up indictment for politics. And Adani stocks have made a big comeback. The stocks shrug off losses. Adani Energy Solutions hits the upper circuit. Our top story now, and Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnav today in Parliament spoke about the laws to check vulgar content on social media. He was replying to a question asked by Lok Sabha member Arun Govil during question hour regarding laws to check abusive content. Amid massive din in the Lok Sabha, the minister said that the Parliamentary Standing Committee should take up the issue. He also called for a consensus to frame more strict laws in this regard.
माननीय सांसद महोदय ने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाया है। जिन ज्योग्राफी से, जिन कंट्रीज से सोशल मीडिया के ये प्लेटफॉर्म्स निकले हैं, वहाँ की सेंसिटिविटी और अपने देश की सेंसिटिविटी में बहुत बड़ा फर्क है। और ये इस तरह का डिबेट आज दुनिया के करीब हर देश में, इसीलिए मेरा निवेदन है माननीय अध्यक्ष जी कि जो अपनी पार्लियामेंट की स्टैंडिंग कमेटी है वो भी इस विषय को उठाए और इस विषय पे समाज में कंसेंसस हो और उसमें और कड़े कानून बने।
All right, so that was the IT minister, and both Houses of Parliament have been adjourned due to ruckus. But let's go across to Vasudha for more on this story. Vasudha, give us more details about this entire matter that was taken up by the IT minister, and what happens now. This will be now looked at closely by a standing committee.
Absolutely, Gargi. The IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, who's also the INB Minister, has given some very important indications, and that is, he has said that the standing committee, the Parliamentary Standing Committee, should be in fact looking at this, which means that it could actually follow the path of something like the Personal Data Protection Act, which also saw years of deliberation, several committees, and finally, the draft is ready and it's going to get notified soon. So clearly, that is some big indication. Let me tell you what the Minister said today. The Minister said that the video streaming platforms come from countries in the West whose cultural context is not aligned with the socio-cultural ethos of India, which is why, there is, of course, vulgar content, there's obscene content. He also said that, the Parliamentary Standing Committee should actually examine the existing laws. Remember that there is the 2021 IT laws, and then there's also the IT Act of 2000. So there are multiple laws which actually govern, in some sense, which govern the content that comes on, on video streaming platforms. But at the same time, they have also been, at least the IT rules have been challenged by several stakeholders in the court, and that actually gives you a three-level grievance redressal mechanism. The IT Act is also in place. Ashwini Vaishnav said that the Parliamentary Standing Committee needs to not just build consensus, but also needs to examine if there is a need to make these existing laws more stringent. Remember, he is also the person who also brought the Personal Data Protection law. He made that into a reality, and that happened after several deliberations. And with regard to OTT content, the Indian government, there have been many voices in that regard. Even Mohan Bhagwat spoke about this recently. He also said that there's a lot of obscene, vulgar content which has been inappropriate for Indian children and specifically the youth of India. So there has been voices from the Sangh Parivar that this is not good for India, but they've also been citing examples of countries like Singapore and Australia that the content needs to be aligned with Indian ethos. But we have to wait and see if streaming platforms actually get something like a pre-certification board which already exists in the the realm of films in the form of Central Board for Certification of Films, or known as CBFC. But then that would also mean that the democratic nature of OTT also gets impacted. So this is, of course, the old debate of freedom, absolute freedom versus freedom with reasonable restrictions, something that has always played out in public. It's a huge debate, and it's good that the minister has intervened, and he said that the standing committee needs to debate this, which means that it is going to be deliberated. The government also, the INV ministry in March this year also blocked around 18 apps on 18 OTT apps which had extremely vulgar, obscene content. So clearly this is in line with the ministry's position that OTT content in India needs to be aligned not just with Indian laws, but also the Indian socio-cultural context.
All right, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with those details, and that matter was taken up in Parliament today. Now, the other big story we're tracking after its crushing defeat in the Maharashtra Assembly elections, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi has decided to wage a war against EVMs. MVA leaders are now planning a campaign seeking removal of EVMs from the voting process and a return to ballot papers. The issue of EVM transparency is the big focus by these parties. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and Shiv Sena UBT Chief Uddhav Thackeray want to gather more evidence to substantiate claims of irregularities and have advised candidates to request audits of 5% of the voter verifiable paper audit trail. That's the VVPAT slips. That has also been in much focus whenever one talks about EVMs. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has even proposed launching a campaign similar to Bharat Jodo Yatra to push for ballot paper voting. Now, just yesterday, interestingly, the Supreme Court had rejected a plea that asked for a return to ballot paper and doing away with EVMs. In fact, that was, the Supreme Court said that when the politicians lose is when they cry about EVMs. When they win, it's all forgotten. The BJP has hit back on this latest push by the MVA, saying the opposition didn't question the results of the general elections when the MVA had managed more seats in Maharashtra.
महाराष्ट्र में ही 5 महीना पहले 5 माह पूर्व जो चुनाव हुए लोकसभा के, उनके 31 सांसद चुन के आए, 2 अपक्ष। तब क्यों नहीं ईवीएम पर सवाल खड़ा किया? तब ईवीएम बराबर थी, तब ईवीएम खराब नहीं थी। अब उनका नांदेड़ में सांसद चुन के आया अभी बाई इलेक्शन में, तो तब ईवीएम खराब नहीं है। उनके बाकी अभी विधायक चुन के आए, वहाँ ईवीएम खराब नहीं है। देखिए, बवंडर खड़ा कर रहे, और ये बवंडर से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। उल्टा आत्मपरीक्षण करना चाहिए। तो ईवीएम का कोई दोष नहीं है।
All right, so that's the Maharashtra BJP chief. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, tell us, what is it that the MVA is now planning?
That's right. Maharashtra opposition has upped its ante over EVMs. They've alleged EVM tampering as well as irregularity and manipulation when it comes to Maharashtra assembly polls. Of course, they have demanded a verification of EVMs as well as VVPATs units at this point, and they're also planning to launch a massive protest across the state and country to sort of stop the usage of EVMs and also seek return of paper ballots. And also the opposition leaders say they're planning to ensure that enough evidence is gathered so that they can build a case against EVM. So therefore, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray in touch with legal teams in order to take this up on a national as well as state level and take it up before the courts. This is what we are hearing. We know for a fact that multiple meetings took place within MVA. Sharad Pawar met several of the NCP defeated candidates. So did Uddhav Thackeray. And many complaints were raised by many of these candidates, as far as the discrepancies, alleged discrepancies over EVMs are concerned. They say that there had been discrepancies over the votes counted as well as votes polled, and have sort of alleged manipulation as far as EVMs are concerned. So in a way, the opposition questioning the integrity of the election process and planning to launch a massive campaign against EVMs. The BJP, of course, rubbishing all of this, stating that as a result of their loss, opposition is making a big deal out of nothing. They're not ready to or not able to accept their defeat or loss, which is why they are trying to blame it on the EVMs, and that shouldn't be taken seriously. That's the kind of reaction we're getting from the BJP. But the opposition leaders, including Congress, NCP, as well as Uddhav Sena, upping the ante and planning to make it into a movement, as far as the usage or alleged misuse of electronic voting machines in assembly elections are concerned.
All right, Radhika, so MVA leaders, they're planning a big campaign against this and demanding a return to the ballot paper. To talk more about this, we're now joined by Anish Gawande, spokesperson NCP Sharad Pawar, and Susiben Shah, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde. And first to you, Anish Gawande, as the BJP leader, Mr. Bhavan Kule just said there, in the recent Lok Sabha elections where you got majority seats, the MVA had no complaints at all. But now that you had this massive loss in the assembly elections, you're now crying about EVMs and asking for this return to ballot papers. How do you explain this?
No. So to start off with, I'll tell you, just yesterday, Supriyata addressed a press conference here in Delhi where she said that she's won through an EVM 4 times. So to blame EVM suddenly is not the party's stance or the sort of stance that is going to be taken moving forward. However, just because we acknowledge that EVMs might not all be rigged does not mean that there are serious questions that need to be raised about individual instances that candidates have brought forth. In Karad South, the total number of votes polled at the EVM was 514, whereas the BJP candidate got 552. In Karjat Zamkhed, Rohit Pawar, who was contesting on a man playing Tutari symbol, was facing an independent, also called Rohit Pawar, who was assigned the symbol of trumpet, which is a deceptively similar symbol. That same deceptively similar symbol has led to the loss of 11 seats for my party this election. So clearly, there are serious concerns that need to be raised about the conduct of free and fair elections through the Election Commission. EVMs are one part of this. We're not going to wage a war on EVMs, as you've said. There's a legal panel, as Pawar Sahib has said, that will be set up to look into election irregularities that will take its course through the due process of law. And finally, I think I just have to say that when Amit Shah ji was in Maharashtra just a month ago in Mumbai when he attended a workers' meeting, he said Sama Dama Danda Bhed would be used to win these elections in Maharashtra. And there are concerns being raised as to whether there were ways in which the free and fair elections were manipulated. We have no problem losing. I think you have to accept defeat with grace. But if there's going to be a tampering with free and fair elections, legitimate concerns need to be addressed.
All right, so you're saying it's legitimate concerns that will be addressed, and you want to go, seat by seat onto what those experiences have been of the particular candidate. Susiben Shah, your comments on this?
You see, good afternoon to all of you. It's always a pleasure to be on your show. I'll tell you this, that they are a sore loser and a crybaby kind of an attitude. They don't, everyone who's a political worker, I'm sure Anish is also. So there are counting agents and there are polling agents of each individual parties. So when the counting is held, when the EVM is opened, they are supposed to check the seal, they are supposed to check the number of vote cast, the number of vote counted. I don't know why they didn't raise any objection if there was any malified intention or there was a mismatch. So I don't know what they are talking about. They have no idea, maybe Anish has no idea how the counting is done or the election is conducted. That is one part. Secondly, as far as the EVM is concerned, they must come with solid proof. I mean, you can't depend on hearsay that someone called me, some worker called me and some independent called me to the MP or an MLA that bhaiya humne ye kiya tha aur ye result aaya. Come on guys, we are living in the age of technology. It was Mr. Trump and also Elon Musk congratulated us and on the Indian elections as to how we have not only conducted the elections but also counting process is done in a transparent manner. So I think we must move above all these petty things, and the Mahavinash Agadi, for whatever it is surviving, should focus on how to build their party forward. Look at the progress of Maharashtra. Have your vision for Maharashtra. What do you have to offer to the Mumbaikars and Maharashtrians? That should be your focus, not this clamoring over EVM. So it is all very well.
All right, let me
win.
take that matter to Anish, and I do have to point out that in the US they do use paper ballots, but Anish, it's going to be an uphill task. Are the MVA, all the MVA parties in sync right now in terms of what they want? Because Congress